So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So, thank you so much for joining us. We would like to start our presentations and discussion about the point of Manifesto 4, and we would like to deal with this very special topic during the Fashion Revolution Week 2023. Why it is important for us in Hungary, and I think that all over the world. The master tailors and the artisans dealing with folk art, special old folk technologies and handicrafts are aging out. The valuation of those working in this segment is not sufficient. The new generation, including also the designers, majority of the designers is not interested in such value and heritage-saving work. In the media and in the promotion of fashion, even the relation to sustainable fashion, these issues do not receive enough attention. The proper education and adequate support of the decision makers are missing. I think that all of you can add some remarks to this points, and I'm very, very pleased to greet you with me, two Fashion Revolution teams, Fashion Revolution Guatemala and Fashion Revolution Greece. They have chosen also this point. I would like to greet also on behalf of the Global Sustainable Fashion Week, my colleagues and also the attendees, because for the Global Sustainable Fashion Week, this topic is also very important, and that's why it can be as a side event of our Global Sustainable Fashion Week, also we can consider it. So I would like to give the word firstly to Alexandra Cerez from Guatemala and Sofia Contreras Paredes. Both are working in the Fashion Revolution team. Alexandra is the country coordinator, and Sofia is the director of the operations. So I go out from this. Okay. So.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Okay, we're gonna share a screen now. Just give me a minute. Okay, I welcome Sofia from our team in Guatemala.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. We are in all time zones, I think, at this time. We are calling this presentation Threading the Future and talking about the importance of craftsmanship and heritage in the future of design itself. And I'm going to talk about a little part of the history in Guatemala. I don't know how much you guys know about textiles in Guatemala, but it has been a way of telling our history and understanding where we come from. The manipulations of fibers and local materials has been really representative of the country, and it's one of our touristic characteristics. It's something that represents our culture, but sometimes is not quite understood by the local people. We are seeing new possibilities with designers getting interest in co-working and collaborating with artisans more constantly. And this dialogue has allowed Asian techniques to be considered in modern processes. With the current social political climate, it is time to take into account good collaborative practices, and especially those that involve tradition, history, legacy and copyright. That's something that we have a constant discussion in design. It is a creative's responsibility to generate a space for co-creation and respect, generating an innovative and representative proposal of an Asian history. And that is why we're calling this presentation Threading the Future.
And I have to highlight the fact that in Guatemala, the highest percentage of population comes from its indigenous people. So these specific, the traditions, the culture, it's something that it's a day-to-day. It's part of our main, one of our main characteristics as a country, yet it is not valued as it should be or by its country. We've been working with I'm sorry, I'm having someone with a thank you. This is the beauty with online presentations. So basically, knowing the current situation in the country and the efforts that so many groups have made in order to bring this forward, to bring value into our traditions, our culture. One of our main objectives with Fashion Revolution Guatemala is to catalyze impact in Guatemala and promote the creation of a transparent fashion industry that cares about human rights and sustainability, but specifically in our main is to recognize heritage, craftsmanship, and local wisdoms and their value. Because one thing is to have it be part of our culture, and another thing it's for it to be valued for what it actually represents and what it could create, what this value could create for our future as a country. Both Sophia and I have been working within the fashion industry in Guatemala for, I would say, maybe 7 to 15 years. And one of the key tools that we've experienced is the co-creation of successful and sustainable supply chains for a handmade sector, because we can not only it's not about our experience has been, it's not about only bringing a design to the artisans or the producers, but also having this experience where we both come together as experts from both of our perspective in order to create something that highlights and strengthens our abilities and both on our abilities and traditions, but also our techniques. It is important to know that when it comes to craftsmanship and the handmade sector, usually the value chains or the value chains are decentralized. So respecting the processes becomes a priority in order to understand the needs, the interests, and capacities of everyone involved, and also to create a. And when I talk about sustainable, I'm not only saying it as how the market has created or transformed this word, but actually sustainable in the way that it works for everyone and can be taken, and these specific steps can be taken for what we want to create in the future.
And as Alexandra was saying, and I said before in the abstract, co-creation has become this popular thing in Guatemala, but we're facing the part of protecting what is properly local from indigenous communities, regarding also designers coming from other countries and getting inspiration, and sometimes also facing with cultural appropriation from the things that represents indigenous communities here in Guatemala. So in my experience as a designer, and also advising other designers to have a process of co-creation, the first thing that I suggest is to come with respect and not acknowledging that designers are over artisans, that it's something that we can see referred in other countries such as Japan, where craftsmanship is actually valued in a really high level, and just respecting that there are masters of their own technique and they have their own knowledge in order to materialize our ideas as designers as well. So the first thing is to understand the culture, especially because we're facing a time where younger generations of artisans do not know the actual meaning of the symbols that they work with, or they are like becoming something adaptable for what you as a customer wanted to meant, and it's not longer aligned with the meaning that it culturally meant. I don't know if that's clear, but we're trying to make them revalue what it means to have their knowledge. Sorry, can you guys just mute your microphone so it doesn't interfere with the presentation? Thank you. So we're trying to propose this idea of horizontal working, that it means that we come to a common language as well, because in Guatemala, we have many native languages that we speak. So first coming with a common vocabulary where we can translate technically what we want to do and work on. And then just to start this dialogue of allowing the master artisans to get involved with their knowledge, and for us to also share how we do things. And then the final result is exactly that conversation of a master in that material manipulation and the design that gets co-created in the end. Even though these techniques are not taught in university and there is an actual documentation of the process, we are seeing this as a way that we can continue this tradition, and also getting a higher interest from universities and from other organizations to have a documentation of what has been Guatemala's history through time in textiles. And the new contemporary work to also keep those techniques alive and make younger artisans understand the value of what they know how to do. Allowing most of these techniques to not die in previous generations, as we see with other techniques such as wood carving or volcanic stone carving, that year through year, it comes less of the artisans that can actually do this work. It's also creating the opportunity to translate what actually Guatemala's potential can be creatively, as tourists only see artisan work as something that you can buy really cheap as a souvenir, and it's not translated to the actual art that and the time that it takes. And as part of Fashion Revolution, where we ask who made your clothes, what's the value of your clothes, we want to get this information through of actually what it means to co-create when it can take almost 3 weeks, 2 months to get one piece done by the artisans. So for us, it's really interesting to see that local designers are getting involved with collaborating with artisans, and the idea that the future of design is collective. It's becoming more about sharing knowledge and the different way of doing the same thing. And The only problem that we're facing, and I think it's something that it's faced in most of the countries around the world, is just talking about cultural appropriation and what is proper to use in your work. For this instance, we do not encourage to do or to cut out pieces that are culturally representative, such as what we know as huipiles, that are meant for traditional day-to-day traditional day-to-day clothes for indigenous communities, but also ceremonial garments that we now see being cut out and used for handbags. And we're trying to get more knowledge out of what these pieces actually mean to our culture, to just start a dialogue of respect, of saying that cannot be used like that, that cannot be used or treated in that way. So it's our responsibility to create this new dialogue of symbols and this new way of using the techniques, but not the actual symbols that are culturally and traditionally respected and should be respected. So for the moment, this part of collaboration, it's becoming brighter in Guatemala, but we're trying to get this legal aspects and also just educating publicly about the respect that we need to have for our own culture and how indigenous communities can also protect their knowledge and their traditions through design.
And I also want to add, just for a note on how this specific process looks like. So Sophia was mentioning the traditional or ceremonial attire. So basically, this is how it looks like. This is basically the huipiles and the traditional Guatemalan attire, that it's different for every village, every community. Basically, different parts of Guatemala have a different type of attire. So these are techniques, traditional techniques that are used, that are known in Guatemala. And this is how, for example, Sophia and her partner for this specific collection applied them in the process. So the part of, and Sophia can tell you more about how this worked, and there's also a short documentary on that capture the process of co-creation in YouTube, in order for you to explore this idea of how this co-creation prevents cultural appropriation, but it strengthens and highlights the processes of each of our countries in order to create a new generation of design, basically. And also it's a way of providing opportunities an opportunity to bring forward the importance of keeping this tradition alive in different forms of design and craftsmanship. I don't know, Sophie, if you want to talk a little bit about these, or we should just go back to.
Just for reference, this was a collaboration also with print designer from London. So the whole idea of co-creation for me is first getting to know who I'm working with. And I had already been working with these artisan communities, and before that they work with 3 specific textiles, hand embroidery, beads, and also backstrap loom. And when I talk about collaborating with another artist or another designer, they need to know what the process actually means. So she traveled to Guatemala And she got to know the communities that we were going to work with, and we actually traveled to the places where they live and where they work, and just talk about the collection and what we want to do, and listen to their suggestions of how this should be materialized in order to get the idea of the inspirations behind it translated into the final piece. So this was a collaboration that lasted 3 months in total, and it was manufactured and made the artisan's pieces in 1 month at the end of the day. And the whole idea of presenting this collection specifically in London and in Guatemala, it meant it also showed a portfolio for the artisans of their jobs so they can collaborate globally with other designers. And it'll also allow us to have a more respectful process so that they know how to have better practices with designers, that it's, as I was saying before, aligned with having a respectful process of what they know, what we know, and also what it's culturally appropriate to use from either symbols or techniques.
I believe that one of the biggest beauties is that we are all artists and professionals, and the beauty of co-creation is this process of learning and creating a collective process in a final product that has a how can I say this, that has this I want to say this value of all the people that have been involved and all the time it took to
collective
to be forward. Yeah. And with this we finish, and it's without craftsmanship, inspiration is a mere reed shaken in the mind. And thank you. We've been here from Guatemala, Fashion Revolution Guatemala. This is our email. If anyone wants to contact with for references for the documentary, and or to simply collaborate and co-create in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so inspired. I have to tell you, I could not find words because it was really so nice presentation, and I feel the background, what about you are discussing, because also in Hungary, we have also similar problems. We are physically, we are far from each other, but what about you are saying, I feel it also on our skin or my skin. And it is a real collaboration between among and between the Fashion Revolution teams. And I highly appreciate your contribution to this theme. And I think that we will discuss about it. And I didn't want to tell too much now because you are tired or you have to go to sleep now. But we will share also our experience, because we have a lot of programs, and we will summarize all the information, and we will put on the internet or YouTube, and we can share also this information. Thank you so much. I'm muchas gracias. So it was fantastic. I liked it so much. Thank you so much. And you can leave. You can leave. You can leave us if you wish. You are tired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For everyone involved in watching, it's 2:30, 2:25 a.m. in Guatemala. And it's been, but I feel like both Sophia and I can agree that it's been a joy to share this space, and
Yes.
we would love to stay and see all of your presentations. We're looking forward for the recording, and I hope that this day brings forward a lot of interesting conversations on the commemoration of Rana Plaza collapse. So
yes, thank you so much. So we share and we record it now, so it's no problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So would you like to continue, Leanne? Because Leanne is also very tired because it is very early in USA now. So I give the floor to Leanne. Leanne is representing also the Global Sustainable Fashion Week, and she is a very active member of the board. So please, Leanne, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon and good evening. It's about 4:30 in the morning here, but I have plenty of hot tea. Can you hear me, Gabby?
Yes.
Okay, good. I too would like to just say that was a wonderful presentation, and I love the idea of the collective processes that were discussed, the co-creation, fantastic. And what I did at the end of my presentation was suggest a challenge to everybody for next year, and they've already precluded that by coming up with isolating an issue and then actually creating a real solution. And if this is a fashion revolution, it's exactly what has to happen. So I highly applaud and thank them so much for sharing, Sophia and Alexandra. So that was just fantastic.
Should we start your presentation, Leanne?
Yeah, from Iceland
Yes.
to Africa. I know, I'm sorry, I was overcome with that. It was great. From Iceland to Africa, colonialism, culture, and the creative economy. Challenges aloft in the fashion industry on becoming cultural custodians. And before I start, I want to thank Gabby so much for bringing this all together. She's just an amazing human being and inspires me always. So thank you so much. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Gabby. I'm telling you, I've been up since 2:30.
Thank you.
So among other things, we all share our common passion, of course, sustainability. You say you want a revolution, so I say action by design. I want to back up a little bit. When my passion for a quickie is under my name, I am an author, multiple things. Passion for a Quickie is a wonderful book, and that's how I became L.A. Teal. That's my author's name when I write books like that. And the quickie actually could be a lot of things, but in this case, it's about enjoying the little things in life and really not having to wait for the big enchilada all the time. Learning how to focus on just, enjoying a squirrel running up a tree or your dog giving you a kiss, I guess kind of just, wonderful, inexpensive ways to really enjoy every minute. So that's how I became L.A. Teal. So, okay, so we want to get back to this. So you say you want a revolution, action by design. So one of the things that I focus on and that really drives my DNA every day is that I want to contribute in some way to really create an illicit action, not just fluff. I call it happy talk. And everybody here is action by design in my book, because you wouldn't be here otherwise. So you have to create the plan, invigorate your movement, and impact lives. Can I flip this through? Is somebody flipping this? Let's see. Estevan? Hello. Gabby, help. I'll just keep going until somebody catches up. I'm going to briefly
So the next slide.
plan.
The next slide, please.
Yeah, next slide, please.
Tell only the next slide, please. And it's going.
Sorry.
Yes, okay.
And the next thing we're going to talk about is my plan, my movement, and my impact. I'm working on some pretty cool stuff right now, and I just wanted to share. Works in progress. Always, I have an active studio, and I am a hat maker on top of everything else, and I work on compostable designs. All the designs are based on circularity, so we want to think it out as a designer. You just, instead of just creating something, you have to think about not only the product that you're working on, but what's going to happen to it when it hits the landfill. The next thing I'm working on, or I have worked on, is my as a co-author of a book, and it is the sustainable challenges in the fashion industry. And it goes into, my chapter actually deals with, it's coming out, it's a peer-reviewed book by Springer, and it's coming out in May. And my chapter deals with basically cultural culture and cultural appropriation challenges of Indigenous people in the global fashion industry. And basically I'm looking at, or we're looking at integrating it into design schools around the world and design universities. Here in the United States, RISD, Rhode Island School of Design, has contacted me and already has spoken that they're picking up the book in their permanent collection. So to me, this is a great thing, because it basically is bringing up the discussion. And in the chapter, I do take on the idea that you have cultural appropriation, but it can only be appropriated. We can put a stop to it or reach a happy medium in some sense if it's more recognized. And the colonialism in a lot of these amazing countries like Africa in particular, which is where I'm working on a current project, the colonialism mentality is really a strong vein in the fashion industry, and it's perpetuating itself still in other ways. I talk about the Kano dye pits in northern Nigeria, and the wolfish shoe leather that's being produced in Iceland, and how government regulations, just so many things get in the way of these amazingly gifted people, hundreds and hundreds of years producing what they were producing. And then, for example, in the wolfish in Iceland, they put fishing restrictions on them. And if it isn't one thing, it's another. So these are the kinds of things that I talk about. If you get the book, you can really get through that. Let's see. The other thing, the fashion industry as culture custodians, I'm just kind of zipping through this. I am the founder of the Impact Fashion Hub, which is giving back to the communities where the fashion industry does business. So I was contacted almost 3 years ago by a foundation in Africa, the African Heritage Foundation Nigeria, to come work with them in coming up with a reinvigoration plan for the fashion and textile industry in Africa. It has put me on a journey that I never expected. So we now have the Cultural Rebirth Project that is basically reinvigorating the creative economy within the textile industry, the fashion industry, the music industry, everybody working collaboratively together. And what we're doing is we're creating centers of excellence with the textile, the fashion, and several other tenets that will fall under one roof. We're starting with the footprint of one in each of the 54 African countries. And we had it's like building a house with matchsticks some days, okay? So you work for a year and nothing happens, but all of a sudden, thank God, we're really breaking through. So the Cultural Rebirth Project has just been invited to the United Nations, to the Nigerian mission at the UN, to create a side event for UNGA, the United Nations General Assembly, where leaders from all over the world come together once a year. So that's really a huge step in the right direction. So the project is going to be launched from the mission or the embassy at the UN in New York City. So we're really making progress, and I'm really proud of everybody on the team. But like I said, it's sometimes like building a house with matchsticks. Gabby getting, the fashion revolution together, Global Sustainable Fashion Week, everybody doing our part in different ways. And it's just mind-boggling to me just seeing the contributions that I know a lot of the people here today are making, and I'm just so humbled to be in your company. And I just want to say thank you, Gabby, for having me. I'm kind of cutting it short because I'm not working off this slide so much, but let's see. Okay, so my final comment is concluding. Culture is at the heart of fashion revolution. Welcome, change needed, legislation necessary, standardize action by design, create a positive impact where the fashion industry does business always. And ultimately that's the story. But I will share the links to the project, keep everybody posted. Look for if you're in touch with Global Sustainable Fashion Week with Gabby, you'll have the book information as well. Anybody that's attached to a university would really be well served getting a copy. Or you could contact me and I can help you out with that. But that's the long and short of it from Boston this morning.
Thank you so much. I checked at the other computer. It was made the whole presentation, and unfortunately, we cannot see it well. So I'm really sorry. But I think we have already got a lot of information from you, and I'm very appreciate that Leanne is working in the Global Sustainable Fashion Week, because we have the same attention and the same aims, and I think that she has done a lot of work for our common aims. So thank you so much, Leanne. And if you are tired, we leave you, or if you would like to remain, so it's up to you. And thank you so much for your nice word towards me too.
And thank you so much. Yeah, I think I'm going to go back to bed.
Yes, okay.
I'll get the recording.
Yes, we record everything, and we will put also the PPTs if something is missing, so that everybody can follow it properly. So it's no
perfect.
No
God
problem.
bless and thank you. Stay
Thank
wonderful,
you.
Gabby.
Thank you. All the best for you. Thank you. Fiori is coming from the Fashion Revolution Greece. He's the team coordinator. Fiori, are you here?
I'm here. Thank
Yes.
you very much,
Hello.
Gabi.
Hello, hello.
Hello, everyone. First of all, congratulations for this amazing cohort you've brought together the whole movement in Hungary.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for that. So I'm in Athens, Greece. I'm now flying out to Brussels, where Fashion Revolution is holding the policy dialogue at the European Parliament tomorrow, in light of the voting of the legislation in Europe for the corporate sustainability due diligence. And we're organizing a number of acts. So I'm very happy for that. Today, Gabi has chosen to celebrate number 4 of Fashion Revolution Manifesto. And this is amazing, especially for all the countries of Fashion Revolution local offices, as we all have different cultural elements in fashion that we so much want to see them being cherished and being celebrated. One of the issues, as we see it in Greece, one of the issues of fashion being the second in risk of modern slavery is because we're not connected with the people behind our clothes. So we feel we have forgotten the value of the work that the cultural embroidery, handcraft garment or accessory has, because we've been buying stuff for 5 euros, 10 euros, or equivalent dollars, whatever. And this is because nobody's paid. What we're trying to do with Where Your Origins, the new program of Fashion Revolution Greece, in collaboration with many local partners, is to actually see the faces behind our clothes and bring together different stakeholder groups to work on the cultural heritage. And we believe that if we consumers connect with the people behind our clothes and the culture behind every garment, the traditional technique, and then it will be very hard not to pay for it. We think that this is a way to increase the value. Thank you, Gabor. Would you like to mute your microphone, maybe? Gabor? Okay. Anyway, so I don't know, Gabi, if you got any of the links, because I just sent them today. I'm gonna be so Where Your Origins, it's a program among different women. It's a women empowerment program. And we bring together women victims of human trafficking and isolated in risk of exploitation. We bring together with young designers, graduated young designers, to work in creating a capsule collection that narrates the story of the origin of the woman beneficiary. We call these women storytellers, because they will tell through the garments the story of their violence background. These are mostly refugees living in Greece. We collaborate with more than 45 civil society organizations that are safe houses for women victims of human trafficking, and also refugee and migrant centers in Greece. This is how we recruit the storytellers. And we've run a public campaign to recruit the young designers. We have already selected these couples. We do have designers from Berlin, from Italy, from Tunisia, from Bangkok, and we're very happy for that. And as we discussed at the last meeting in Fashion Revolution, we would love this gradually. This is the pilot first year, to have it as a global program and collaborate with all local offices. So these women, these couples of women, 10 couples we've created, they enter into a fashion school. The fashion school is a simulation of real job, let's say, as if we were a luxury studio, and these girls are being facilitated and coached in creating the capsule collection through 4 months. We collaborated with American College of Greece as an educational partner, and a fashion school, Pansik. And with the Greek Association of Fashion Designers, each renowned fashion designer adopts one of these couples to help them have high aesthetics, and also to give them their waste, as we want these collections to be circular. So this is Where Your Origins. We have already crafted the Grecian to be as an example. And at this stage, Gabby, I don't know if you have the fashion film of Grecian that I sent through an email to share. Gabriela, or someone from the Hungary team, is it possible to share, because I'm from my iPad, the Grecian fashion film?
This is in the chat, and we try to open it. It is in the chat, so everybody can see in the chat, and I try to open also here, but it was not easy.
The YouTube. Okay, it's a YouTube video anyway of the Grecian. It's inspired by the revolution, the Greek revolution to the Turkish conquest 200 years ago, that was celebrated in 2021, and also 13 outfits are from that, and every outfit bears the name of a woman warrior or of a specific battle, and 3 are from ancient Greece, from ancient goddesses or ancient Greek temples, and this will be the way to go forward with the fashion collections of the women at the Where Your Origins. So this is all I wanted to share, Gabby. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and good luck.
Yes, we try to share it now, but it is not 100% sure that it is going, but we can put on the video.
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Do you see it?
Yes. The music doesn't play though. These are all luxury collections. And this is the model that the women couples will follow during the program, which at the end, it's a work integration program for young designers and the women victims of violence and of exploitation and risk of exploitation. So this will be presented in fashion weeks, and also through the e-shop and distribution channels of Social Fashion Factory. Thank you very much. So you can see it at your own timing if you wish. There is a web page, whereyouroRigins.com, where you can see more of the fashion films. Each collection has a fashion film. We've also created alas which is inspired by the poem of a Greek known poet, Nikos Gachos, and of it's called August, and it's inspired based on a Cycladic island, Amorgos. And this is going to be the reference point for the next cycle. So thank you very much. The floor back to you, Gabby.
Thank you so much. It is a very impressive initiative. So congratulations. So it's fantastic. So, you can watch again, you have the link here, so the nice film. After Fiori, I would like to ask Asher, who is also from USA, very sleepy, I suppose. So the floor is yours, Asher, and thanks a lot for joining us. Because it is too early, too late, so sometimes the time zones are so different, so not easy. Thank you so much to join us.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Gabriella, for putting this all together, and of course, everyone else that is behind the scenes making this happen. I am from Phoenix, Arizona, USA, and I'm going to be talking with you about USA digital eco-textile printing and a grant project. So I'm a digital eco artist, and I've evolved. This is just a little bit about me. I've evolved into a natural eco-textiles advocate and designer. I create designs for my photographs, and then I digitally print them with natural eco-textiles, non-toxic inks, and a waterless printing process. I am from the Sonoran Desert, and I find a lot of inspiration here, but I find inspiration really in the wilderness all around. I just graduated with a Master's of Business Administration and have a background in education and photography. And then I'm just on some boards here that are related to education and the fashion departments within education here in Arizona. And I started the Arizona the Arizona Sustainable Apparel Association, which is continuing to go. So this is what I'm working on right now. This is currently what I'm working on. It's a digital eco-textile printing research and development grant project, and it was made possible by the Arizona Commission on the Arts. And this is a design that, again, is digitally printed on certified organic cotton, which was all grown in Texas, spun in North Carolina, manufactured in South Carolina, finished in California, printed in Missouri, and then stitched by myself in Arizona. And I use a certified organic cotton thread as well. Going through here. So these are some more examples of the pieces, the finished pieces that I've created. The one on the right is going to be Transformation, which is a series of butterfly wings. And those are all native to the Sonoran Desert. And then the one on the left is in Sedona, Arizona, Leaves of Light, which are leaves from actually the scene behind there when the leaves were changing, and then of the Sonoran Desert landscape, the sunbeams coming through. So I'm interested in natural eco-textiles, things like textile certifications, transparency, circular economies, water conservation, non-toxic inks, triple bottom line. So obviously a lot of you are already familiar with organic cotton, but just some basic aspects of, organic cotton supporting biodiversity, healthy ecosystems, improving soil quality. But these are just kind of some basic facts about, the benefits of organic cotton. So in Arizona, I was born and raised here and moved away a few times, but I found myself back here, and I've always felt connected to the indigenous peoples of this region, the indigenous cultures that have been here for thousands of years. And natural fibers have been used, of course, since the dawn of civilization for thousands of years, and they were essential to insulate us against warm and cold weather, protect our food, and use as decoration. So these are some examples of textiles that were woven here in Arizona, there's a number of different pieces, and then the sandals are the other pieces besides the clothing and the Navajo chief blankets. So those are Navajo, and then the sandals, those are made from agave. The others are made from wool would be the Navajo chief blankets, and then the Tonto shirt, which is in the lower left-hand corner, which would have been a cotton. And so when we're talking about the heritage too, the heritage here in the United States, and what basically comes through this project particularly, is not as far back as some of the previous presenters. I mean, of course, it does go back into the prehistoric times, but there's a lot of history here in the United States of textile manufacturing, growing of natural fibers here in the United States. And a lot of it has left, obviously, here and gone overseas. But these are just some pictures, of course, of the indigenous peoples of the region on the left-hand side. And then in the center, it's Tucson, Arizona. And on the right-hand side, Scottsdale, Arizona, and Goodyear, Arizona, where a massive amount of cotton was cultivated and harvested during World War II. So there's a rich history in that respect. So as manufacturing has gone overseas, there's been people like Eric Henry here, who owns TS Designs, and he was one of the he was one of the people that was really fundamental in creating the basically full transparency of a shirt. It was called Dirt to Shirt, and it was a trackable shirt. And he currently does that project and works with that. He works with other clothing as well too, but he was just very instrumental. So I worked with his t-shirts at a period of time when I was coming up, just because I love the story and I love the trackability. Basically, with the threads within inside the t-shirt, you could track the t-shirt all the way back to the farmer who grew the cotton, to the gins, and all the people that were responsible for the manufacturing process, all done within about 600 miles in the United States, which was around the Carolinas, North and South Carolina. So as I was looking for material for this grant project, I wanted a woven textile, and I kept finding people like Daniel and Mary Lou Sanders that we do a lot of basically a lot of knit fabrics. So a majority of the fabrics, organic cotton fabrics that are all grown and manufactured in the United States, are knit. And I was really seeking like a canvas material for my project. And of course, as I came across these individuals, I mean, I love their stories, and I loved, just their dedication and passion to, using organic cotton that was all grown and manufactured in the United States, and, very dedicated to sustainability, the manufacturing process, fair trade, low carbon footprint, up above, eco dyes. But it wasn't until I connected with Lydia, who is part of her company is called the California Cloth Foundry. She actually did woven textiles. So she only did, it was like 1 or 2, and I worked with a twill specifically. So this woven textile is actually one of the only woven textiles in the United States, and it's very hard to believe. But in the United States, again, we create a lot of knit fabrics, but not woven. So it wasn't until I connected with her that I was actually able to really bring this project to fruition, and that was where a lot of time was actually spent researching and trying to find these sources. So she is also part of the Fiber Shed. The Fiber Shed is a large organization where, like they say here, we develop regional fiber systems that build soil and protect the health of the biosphere. So this is a bigger community that's branched out, and they've mapped different manufacturers, mills and gins in the United States. And basically these very small fiber systems within the United States. A lot of it is in Northern California, Southern Oregon. There's even some flax being grown in the United States, very slow moving, but it is happening, which is really inspiring to see. But Rebecca is responsible for starting that. She wanted to create a whole wardrobe that it was basically fully transparent, and it was all made within a certain radius of where she lived in California. And so they've continued to build this out. And you might have even heard about the fiber shed now because it's spread out into the rest of the world and there's different chapters. But so the organic cotton that I personally was using with Lydia, it comes from the Texas Organic Cotton Marketing Cooperative. And this is a cooperative of a number of different farmers, some of them pictured here. But the whole mission was basically to bring organic cotton to the United States and be, basically creating a source for it. A majority of the cotton that's grown here is conventional cotton. About 95 or even 98% of the cotton that's grown in Arizona, because we have a massive amount of cotton that's grown in Arizona, but it's GMO conventional cotton, which we would obviously, hope that would change over time, and I'm sure it will. But these are families that have, because of different chemical inputs and health conditions that they ran into with their families, they really felt like they had to really make changes and come together and create this system that would then be able to be marketed out from there. So thankfully, someone like Lydia that has a lot of experience, she's worked within corporate, the North Face and other companies. She basically has built out a very small supply chain, but very, I should say, custom in that sense. And so she knows who to talk to and how to build that out specifically to get done the particular textiles that she wants to bring to the market. And again, just through these photos, all of these people are very transparent with their system. So this is Julie Moore. She is the one that created the organic cotton thread. Now, we don't manufacture any organic cotton thread in the United States, which was fascinating to learn. So no organic cotton that we grow in the United States is actually made into a thread here. Of course, I would love to see that happen. So Julie basically uses Chetna organic cotton from India, and she makes her whole process fully transparent as well. But that's the best that I could do. So that is where I'm at with the process. So I was looking for a textile printing process that does not harm the environment to print my designs. And traditional textile printing has a number of different processes that can be very just consuming to water and different resources, electricity as well. So with the printers that I work with, roll-to-roll or direct-to-fabric printers, the one on the left, the Kornit Presto, is the one that I specifically seeked out because it does print with certified non-toxic biodegradable inks. Again, these are all 100% waterless printers, but I was going for the Kornit specifically. The inks are all water-based nanopigment inks and free from heavy metals, non-toxic. And then they're certified, GOTS certified, which a lot of you are familiar with, and Ucotech certified as well, standard 100. So I was really seeking and looking for those. However, even with certifications, through my extensive amount of research over the last 10, 11 years, I always come back to transparency, even though certifications can almost sometimes only go so far. Transparency is king to me, I feel like, in being able to tell the story and even connect with individuals. Like even these folks, the people I ended up doing my printing with, building out these relationships. And a lot of that is what's going on with this whole project, is the amount of people that I'm connecting with, the amount of people that are inspired. These are family-run businesses. Carr Textile was started by Don and Ruth Carr and then taken over by the second generation family, Michael and Steve. But these are folks that were willing to work with me as an independent and kind of going above and beyond, because a lot of people won't. A lot of people want large, kind of in this industry, want larger runs, larger minimums, things like that. So in this process, I actually discovered that a friend of mine here in Arizona, the Arizona Fashion Source and the Fashioneer, acquired one of these digital textile printers. So actually, just after I had accomplished the printing in Missouri, I discovered that we have one of the printers right here in Arizona now. And so that makes it even more transparent, well, even more, I guess, less of a footprint for me moving forward. And that's Sherry Berry, who developed the Fashioneer and the Arizona Fashion Source. So just very, appreciative of her moving forward in that space, and with the whole basically being able to design, print, cut, sew, ship within the Arizona Fashion Source, and offering that to emerging designers here in Arizona. And so again, thank you. This is just my contact information. I do have a Facebook group, Eco Textiles, called Eco Textiles, and just share information on there about natural eco textiles. And again, appreciate the time. And if there's any questions, I suppose, I don't know if I have any time left, but.
Wonderful share. We like the proposal.
Yes. Thank you so much. And I think that it was much more better than you joined the online seminar, because personally, also the other can have a look at you, and also to have a opportunity to ask you and to have also a conversation, but also for the future. I think that we have just now a very good group of presenters, and it will be good to keep contact with each other too, because there are also some opportunity to collaborate, as I see. And so it is very good to have also like a family to be together in the future as well. Yes.
I just wanted to share too, this is a project, a collaboration project where I digitally textile printed on hand-woven textiles. And so with you talking about collaborations, this was a dream of mine that I'll continue to build out. But the woman that hand-wove it lives very close to me here in Arizona. And then I digitally printed my design onto, you can see it there, onto the hand-woven textile. So I'm fascinated with hand-woven textiles, and I'm going to continue moving in that space. I love the story as an artist and as a creator, just like the women were saying before from Guatemala. I just love it. Totally inspired.
Thank you so much. So it was very, very interesting and inspiring, and also the beautiful colors and the motifs and it's are also fantastic. So we are very, very inspired by you. So thank you. Asher. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just now, our chief advisor of the executive board of the Global Sustainable Fashion Week is coming. Vittorio is the board member, and what is also important that he is also in the board of the directors in Intercolor, because we discuss about the colors regarding Asher, and I think that Vittorio can tell us a lot about the colors as well, not only about the sustainability, but just now we are discussing the sustainability and craftsmanship and artisans. So the floor is yours, dear Vittorio. Yes. So, Vittorio, we see your screen. Vittorio, you are muted. You are muted.
You see my screen?
Yes, of course.
It's okay. Thank you very much to Gabi to involve me in this morning chat, because the craftsmanship and heritage in the art of fashion is a very good title, mission more than title, because I'm Italian, and in Italy we have a lot of craftsmanship, maybe little bit less heritage in terms of that the typical costume and clothes that was part of our ancient culture are not really, they don't have place to be sold to tourism or to, you have to enter in each folk group, and they can do this apparel for you expressly. My speech today concerns the possibility of the craftsmanship and tradition can access to sustainability project, which I thought not become, we don't have one universal law that gives all the parameters to be sustainable. And but this concept of sustainability, you know, is a goal to be achieved, not only for the planet, the environment, animals, fauna that surrounding us, but for the human himself. Having said this, there is a big contradiction, actually. I think that Fashion Revolution is engaged exactly for that, that despite the big progress we did in textile in the last 10 years, speaking about 10 years, I am in this, it's not really job, it's the mission from 30 years, but the last 10 years, we see a lot of improvement here in the area where I live and where I see in the USA, in other places of the world. But in fact, every day, an enormous quantity of products intended for use and consumption have no sustainability or recyclability characteristics. Worse, they are illegally thrown into adjacent territories and about all end up water, rivers, lake, or sea. That means that all the people speak against plastic, but we have to reflect about that is human, that use the tools have in the end, in the really.
Igen, igen. És ez tudod, mit jelent? Ez azt
So I am convinced that being sustainable is a duty and commitment towards the generation to come, you know, and I share with you some reflection on what possibility have a small craft business that respect tradition, that is possible, is able to declare itself sustainable over time. About certification, there are a lot of controversial ideas. And because not only is quite expensive, but take a lot of time and people that are involved in this job inside the industry. When they go outside industry and go to more little company, like artisan with few workers that have a lot of job doing himself with his hand the product, the time to spend to check all the certification tools you need to be in the roadmap become very difficult. And this is I don't give to you today any solution, but this is one problem that is very important to achieve, because sustainability has to be something in terms globally, don't only for the big company that can do that that have a report, that have all the things that needed for financial, but we have to think about little company that need to be sustainable. One reassuring news, the word sustainability is confirmed as the only reference to accredit the commitment that each of us put into the process of conceiving and realizing its project, all type of project without exception. Being accredited as sustainable, being on the road, this road to becoming one, is a strategic investment required from the company and brands. That is the problem that the big company afforded in years, but since a kind of sustainability report is required by institutions, stakeholder, consumer, a certification institute measuring an increasing in number, making orientation very difficult for small companies that produce craftsmanship and heritage products that often are referred to traditional technique and materials. This is one example of traditional dresses for in Sardinia, that you know, this is an isle owned by Italy in the years, and you cannot really buy these clothes in the shop, but you can participate to this event that does annually 2-3 times, or during the festival or something religious event, or popular dance or something like that. And there are people that do that. These people don't need really to be sustainable, because many of these clothes come from the family. They was dying in the years in which the word sustainable does not exist. But now, I think that is a very good elements to promote a cultural heritage. And part of that is easy, transferable in a modern fashion. This is one example that I take out from from fair trade concept that own a system of control from producing the raw materials, trading, importing, manufacturing, brand owner, until the consumer. This is a German company that have the exclusivity of this kind of. I investigated a little bit because fair trade work around the world. They work with many companies that are from little to the middle size, but I see that the certification path is not easy to, but is one of the best people that think to the little company to be certified. I give to you some important point or criteria for the company that are in the theme today, including in the theme, craftsmanship and the heritage in the art of fashion. Preparing, this is one example in which the technology, all the technology to by hand sewing is applied in one quite fashion clothes, not only in traditional and heritage clothes. We have to think that the company that have this heritage of craftsmanship, a capability to do that, can enter in the fashion system, in the high level probably because the fashion brand, the most noted, give the job to the little craftsmanship company to obtain exclusivity and absolutely unique pieces of apparel to selling. At the moment we forget the certification company current in the market, but we can analyze the process that are carried out for the realization of product, starting from the ideas, from the research of inspiration, materials to technique, and about all from those who are involved in the process described. The first step is a theoretical step, if you want, but we need all of us change, mindset change. If we don't putting our mind in another scenario, in another layout of our life or our thinking way, because each product can be imagined, conceived, inspired by tradition, and designed with principles that respect sustainability criteria. That's the first step we have to do before to enter in any kind of certification body or other things. When we design and imagine our product, we have to be inside nature, the surrounding us, understanding every things we think and we have to do have something to do with nature surrounding us. First step, another step, second step is research of material. Material is the base of all act we have to do. Each material for the final product must to be careful researched among the certification availability. Today, we have the big opportunity that we don't have 10 years ago, that we have excellent result in supply chain of textile from natural fibers, vegetal, animal fibers, man-made fibers, and many others are really big scenarios in which you can choose the way you want to do. I remember that the main intention expressed in the speeches of Global Sustainable Fashion Week in the years, same at that time utopian, unattainable. But now, after 6 years, this is the 6th or the 7th year in for Global Sustainable Fashion Week, we see enormous project that was really difficult to think that in the future can be realized, or maybe take 10 or 20 years, they was realized. Many big companies have speeches in the Global Sustainable Vision in the past, and now we have a big result. Another possibility, there's a big brand of textile. This is one of the most noted Italian brand, Albini, provide little quantity that a craftsmanship that do clothes, particularly shirting in this case, sur mesure, on measure, can buy a little quantity, just the quantity of fabrics that he need. That is one good opportunity offered by the textile important producer. They are sustainability, they can give to you labeled fabrics, and you can move easier in the job you are doing. Don't forget the centrality of the craftsmanship. In this part, I think that one of the beautiful things in this project is the craftsman is himself that is the direct descendant of those with their own do things with their own hands. Hands are a privileged instrument of human intelligence. Have managed to create a masterpiece in over time that have resisted events, even the harshest and like war, and which are partially still around us in Home's museum, witness of human know-how. And you see how it's beautiful, this create. And this comes from, we are in Milano during last week, the design week, and we see recovery from the ship that are Italian ship that normally we don't use for do anything. They recovered this hair for doing new product. That means that the people that is able to use and is capable to think about can provide new solution and new product. Each step must be guaranteed to those with the possibility to a fair income compared to the country in which they live. This about wage is a very controversial story because in many, they are not really a global, universal, basic wage. Does not exist because the evolution of each country, of which was those different at the time. And maybe reaching one global universal basic wage for now is a kind of dreams. But there will be the laws of each country that establish an acceptable wage and adequate insurance protection to work. This is a point that every craftsman company have to take in consideration. It will be better because the family company are and our friend maybe that work together. And it will be better if with utopian to share the profit with those who work with us and for us. And these and other things that happen in many situations. It's not rare to find this possibility to share what you. That don't mean you lose money. The company have to need the possibility to survive in this way. This is another example in which the old technique, if you want, is sur mesure. The big brand to have this section of sur mesure, and you have. I live in Milano, that is maybe modern city, but many people is happy to have his own exclusive clothes, men's and women's, and this sartorial attitude and capability and job at the moment have a good and good vision for the future. And the workplace must have the requisite to obtain excellent results without obvious risk. Since technology offers new possibility for artisans too, using the very more modern tools, as we see in the former presentation from Asha, this technology of digital printing, of 3D printing, something like that. This is part of the modern point of view of artisan that can put in his imagination more so far than to remain just in the heritage or evolving heritage in a super modern way. And that you need to have a good workplace with the right investment and giving the people that work with you, giving the opportunity to grow professionally. This has to be our mantra. This we see one place where the people work with the hand in leather, and we have a lot of lab this in Italy that do that. They work maybe for brands. They own his own brands. There are different possibilities for craftsmanship and to share this heritage culture at different level. Maybe for the young craftsmanship designer, it's a little bit more difficult, but if they work in the right place and they learn exactly what they do, and I think that have a possibility to move into the future. My short speeches in the end, if there are questions, you can use your hand or giving some question to Gabi, and we can answer to you personally by mail or by chatting in another moment. Thank you for listening to me. And I show you these two beautiful Sardinia is a place where the history and the heritage have sense. And you can, if you want, can to buy this, or you have to go to Sardinia. They don't want at the moment. I don't know, but I see we taken this picture when we visiting, and there are pictures from regional promoting Office of Sardinia Cultural and Heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Thank you so much. So hopefully once we will organize also a global sustainable fashion week in Italy, and we can also visit some nice places also.
Yes, in Sardinia, and that is the right place.
Yes. So be so kind to leave this. Yes, we still see your screen, Vittorio.
Okay. For leaving the screen, I don't remember.
Yes, you have up, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. So you can see that you should leave there the screen.
Maybe here. No.
So I leave a little time for you to find it, and I would like to ask you to have a little silence now. So today we have to remember Rana Plaza. 24th April makes 10 years since Rana Plaza. On 24th April 2013, the Rana Plaza factory building in Bangladesh collapsed. The situation was terrible. More than 1,100 people died, and another 2,500 were injured, making it the fourth largest industrial disaster in the history. Rana Plaza was not the first and the last garment factory disaster, and was symptomatic of wider pressures felt by the producer countries worldwide. Rana Plaza further exposed in the wider speed lack of transparency across global fashion supply chains and how a lack of visibility can ultimately cost lives. I think that nobody should die for the fashion industry. I ask you to think on Rana Plaza victims now. So thank you so much. I would like to ask Dr. Angie Lee, who is the co-founder, the vice chairwoman of Hong Kong Sustainable Fashion Apparel Association. The floor is yours, Angie.
Thank you. Thank you, Gabby. Okay. Oh, I think everyone can see the slide.
Yes.
Okay, good. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Thanks, Gabby, invitation. So I'm deeply honored to be being given this opportunity to share my passion for the Chinese embroidery and heritage with all of you. Okay, let me introduce myself. I'm Angelie. Oh, I think because Gabby introduced it, so I want to spend more time for my presentation. Okay, so today my topic is Chinese embroidery and heritage. This is a time-honored craft that has been passed down from generation to generation, and it reflects the rich culture and history of China. So I would like to share the background, key elements, skill, and the development in fashion now. Okay, so Chinese embroidery has a facilitating history and culture that dates back to the Neolithic era. However, it wasn't until the opening of the Silk Road that embroidery truly began to flourish in China. Silk was primary fact used in Chinese embroidery, and then domestication of silk ropes around 5,000 years ago make the scale of silk one of the China main trade. So embroidery is considered a major art in China, and it has allowed for technical and creative development like painting, calligraphy, and sculpture. Embroidery is used to express emotions, tell story, and unite people around symbols. So why the symbolism important in Chinese culture? Symbol another way of communication, the thoughts, meaning, and hopes of a particular culture group. Symbolism representing luck, prosperity, long life, happiness, and healthy, and all important aspect in Chinese culture. Something like a dragon, it represents power and good fortune. A phoenix, it represents beauty and grace. So what is the symbol of the Chinese heritage? I think most of the people will link with the dragon. Yes, a dragon is not only present in China, but also very popular among Chinese living abroad. It has become the symbol of China and the Chinese culture. The dragon role was the first adopted by the Tang dynasty and was used by the Tang dynasty ruler and senior officer, and the circular color robe was embellished with the dragon to symbolize imperial power. So the oldest known Chinese embroidery date back to Eastern Chao dynasty. It's the 2nd century BCE. The ancient embroidery known as the Changsha embroidery or Xian embroidery, discovered in the dome, located in the city of Changsha in Wulam province, China, is over 2,500 years old. So what is the traditional Chinese embroidery? We can separate to be 4 schools of Chinese embroidery. And now that's designated by the government as Chinese intangible cultural heritage. So it's separated to be 4. One is a Xian embroidery, Shu embroidery, Yu embroidery, and Shu embroidery. So they separate into different cities. Shu embroidery is nearby Shanghai, and Xian embroidery in Hulam, and Yu embroidery is nearby Hong Kong, Guangdong. Shu embroidery is the birthplace in the panda. It's in Sichuan. So the first one is the Shan embroidery in central China, Hulam province. Shan embroidery has gradually developed a simple yet beautiful artist style over its long history, as production of Shan embroidery goods have grown with the hard work of embroiderer and the participation of outstanding painter in improving Shan embroidery techniques. Many of China's traditional printing, the poetry, the calligraphic, and stone ingression has been transplanted into embroidery pieces. Shan embroidery is a traditional Chinese embroidery style that is known for its lifelike depictions of animal. Particular, as you can see, is the lion and the tiger. So one of the most famous technique is the fluffy needle, which is used to create the appearance of the animal fair. The artistry of Shan embroidery lies its ability to create detail and reality, depiction of animal, and people thought the use of the silver that are carefully blended to create rich and harmonious color palette. Shan embroidery pleases rival and the lifelike, with a very bright color, strong texture, and balance of form and spirit, resulting in bold and vibrant style. Shan embroidery has been placed embroidery that can produce the foreign flower embroidery birds that can sing, embroidery singer that can run, embroidery people that can convert personality. So this is the traditional embroidery style and all, and also this is the embroidery is characterized by its intricate design, delicate work, and vibrant color, make in beloved the treasure of the Chinese arts. So one unique feature is that specialized in the satin note, creating depiction with a very soft, smooth surface that of visual striking. The embroidery modified typically focus on bold brush depletion of human, bird, animal, and landscape. So as I mentioned, the tiger and the lion is very popular. So the second one is a Shu embroidery. Shu embroidery, known as Sichuan embroidery or Chun embroidery, is a traditional Chinese embroidery style that originated in the Sichuan province of China. Shoe embroidery is characterized by its tight stitching, with is a necessary or creating intricate and detailed designs, much like high resolution in image. The embroidery excels in the art of blending flat in a gradual manner, allow for smooth transitions between color. Shoe embroidery often feature lateral motify, with the panda being a popular subject due to its connect to the region of Sichuan. Panda is a symbol of peace and friendship. So many people around the world associate the panda with China, and it's become an important symbol of China heritage and culture, especially in Sichuan. Oh, sorry. Okay, so embroidery is typically done on soft satin fabric, utilize the bright color flat to create the visual stunning effect. Shoe embroidery follows dry traditional bronze principle that are divided into 12 primary weaving categories and results in 122 subcategories. Products range from quite quilt cover, pillowcase, and something like the tablecloth cushion, and it can also reversible like this. Okay, and the other one is a shoe embroidery. Shoe embroidery, also known as the quantum embroidery, is traditional Chinese embroidery style that originally quantum province of China. It's known for its vibrant color, intricate design, and unique stitching technique. First, is typically does not it can be shoe embroidery is distinguished by two key characteristics. First, it typically does not attempt to create a sense of depth or three-dimension in its design. Instead, it focuses on the low color and strong and straight design. So often feature the myth creature, something like sun worshipper, dragons, Felix feature the lucky symbol and the geometric pattern with a focus on create a blow ratio in impact. Secondly, shoe embroidery is sometimes executed on cotton fabric instead of silk, adding a unique texture to the embroidery, and use the wide range of material, include silk, cotton, metallic fat, as well as the material like a pearl or sequins. These allow for a variety, texture, and the visual effect in the embroidery. So it's sometimes on cotton rather than silk. Okay, and the final one is the show embroidery. So also known as the shoujo embroidery, is known for the delicate stitching, elegant overall design. The embroidery feature tightly stitching pattern, similar to show embroidery, and is crafted use a very thin needle to ensure intricate detailing. Unlike a monochromatic embroidery style, as shoe embroidery use a proper mix different color fat to achieve the design hue and create a vibrant visual effect. So use a light steel flat is soft, pastel color is often referred to as the painting with a little and fat, due to its ability to create lifelike depictions of natural scenes such as flowers, birds, insects, as well as figure from the Chinese mythology and the folklore and the folklore. And one of the unique embroidery is the rainbow gold and silver color embroidery, which feature texture of using the gold and silver thread to create an embroidery design. The technique add a luxury and the elegant touch into the ready in shaken and delicate embroidery. So and also it's a similar as Shan embroidery, but the most skillful embroidery masters are able to produce a double side embroidery where the reverse side is the mirror image of the font, showcase their mastery of the graph. Overall, Su embroidery is a testament to the high level of skill and precision a request to create such an intricate and beautiful art. So in China, the China government protection, what they are doing, in China government recognize the importance of the traditional embroidery as a cultural heritage and has taken steps to protect and promote it. In 2006, 4 School of Chinese Embroidery has been recognized as the national level in intangible cultural heritage and protected by law. So the government has also established a training center for embroidery artisan to ensure the transmission of the traditional embroidery technique and skill to future generation. In addition, the government also encouraged the development of embroidery industry and promote the use of the traditional embroidery in modern fashion and design. So what they are doing, we can easily to see in the wording. There are many modern fashion and design examples that incorporate traditional embroidery in China. The wording jest is very common. Many of the Chinese brides choose to incorporate traditional embroidery into their wedding jest to add a touch of cultural heritage of their special day. And also it can be put this traditional embroidery in a newborn gift, embroidery on the baby set for a gift. It can give the lucky and the healthy greeting to the newborn message. There are also many emerging designers in China who specialize in traditional embroidery and are granted recognized for their innovation and contemporary design. The design often incorporate the traditional embroidery technique into the modern silhouette and styling, create a unique fusion of the traditional and the tradition and the modernity. And they also trying to put the sustainable elements there, something like they use the organic seal, and they try to use the kind of the biodegradable sequence there to let this to be much more sustainable. And also, the kind of embroidery also put into different fashions, something like so many celebrity or the fashion brand use this into their design. And I think one of the famous one is, this is the modern fashion designer in China, who specialize in traditional embroidery in their design. One example is Gok Ping. Gok Ping is the Chinese designer, has been worked by her design has been worked by the a celebrity and a feature in international fashion show, include the Paris Haute Couture Fashion Week. Okay, so we hope that the embroidery industry will continue to develop and promote the use of traditional embroidery in the modern fashion and design, and while also embracing sustainability for a better future, and much more the sustainable idea for the fabric material and or the dyeing sustainable dyeing method put into this project. So we hope this can be keep in sustainability. Thank you very much, and thank you again for all your attention. And thanks, Gabby, and I hope that this talk has been informative and enjoyable for you, all of you. Thank you.
It was really enjoyable, with full of very important information, and it is very good that we record all the presentations, because also for the others who had no opportunity to join us can enjoy it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, thank you. So if anyone interested to know about more information, feel free to contact me by the email, or you can go to our Instagram or Facebook to see what Sustainable Fashion Apparel Associations job in Hong Kong or international, and we also have an incubation center in Hong Kong.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And maybe in the circular email, everybody can change also the Facebook, LinkedIn, also the Instagram profile, and you can follow each other easier. Thank you.
Thank you. We are always welcome to the kind of a sustainable fashion project with our association. Thank you very much.
Thank you. After Angie, I kindly asked Alok Kumar Singh from India. He's co-founder, director of Essex School of Design. Are you here? Hello?
Yes, Gabby.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Greetings from Kolkata, India. And I would like first to thank Gabby to give us this opportunity to present our presentation on Katha craft of West Bengal. And as we are working on reviving craft, am I audible, guys? Am I audible? Okay, so I'll continue my presentation.
Yes, Alok, you are audible.
Yes, we
Okay.
everything. Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. So again, thank you so much, Gabby, for giving me this opportunity to talk about Katha craft of West Bengal among such eminent speakers and panelists. So my presentation is on contemporizing craft through design intervention, and I've specially chosen Katha craft of West Bengal. It is one of a very fine embroidery techniques of Bengal. And through my presentation, I want to show that through proper design intervention, any craft or embroidery can go global. So my presentation is divided into 4 sections, where the first sections speak about the embroidery techniques in itself. The second part shows how international designers have taken this craft form, embroidery techniques of Bengal, and given it a global twist. Third part showcases Indian designers using the embroidery techniques. And the last part showcases the Bengal designers using the techniques, and one of our student project who has herself used this embroidery techniques in her work. So Indian handicrafts are very distinctive representation of a specific culture or community, creating using local materials and craftsmanship. We come from a country which is full of handicraft and craft. Every part of the country is has some kind of craft and embroidery within it, be it Madhubani painting of Bihar or Nepal or the Katha of West Bengal. However, as globalization progresses, products are becoming more and more contemporized, and artisans find their product uh, difficult to compete with. So this is one problem which currently our craft people are facing, that as we are entering or as we are in the world of globalization and of course social media, so we all want products which are contemporary, so there is a need, there is a demand of contemporizing craft and embroidery to cater to the global needs. Uh, uh, and that is where the design intervention comes into picture. Young designers, educators, design schools are and should work towards contemporizing the craft to make this big global market accessible to the craft people, rural women who are actually working on these techniques in villages of India, so they should get access to this global market, and the access will only be given through proper design intervention and also contemporizing their craft form. So Katha is a traditional embroidery craft of Eastern India, primarily practiced in the state of West Bengal, Orissa, and Bihar. It actually involves stitching layers of old cloth together through running stitch. It's a very humble running stitch used to create fabulous textiles with intricate motifs and patterns with day-to-day work motifs. Katha textiles are very highly valued for their beauty and, of course, cultural significance. So it is one of the oldest form of embroidery originating from India, and its origins can be traced back to the pre-Vedic age prior to 1500 BC. Through the earliest written record is found dating 500 years ago. The traditional form of Katha embroidery was done with very soft dhotis. It's a very soft fabric, and saris, another garment from India, with a simple running stitch along the edges. Depending on the use of finished products, they were known as lep katha or sujni. They are the different kinds of katha we have. Basically, the katha is also born in the rural villages of Bengal, where the art form was basically practiced by the rural women folk. On my left-hand side of the presentation, you can actually see some very, very intricate katha embroidery techniques used by village women. So Katha has also gained today very international recognition and popularity over the years, and it has been recognized by UNESCO as an essential cultural heritage craft of the country. The craft has been adapted and modified to suit the taste and needs of different culture. It has been incorporated into modern fashion designs, both in India and abroad, and has been featured in fashion shows and exhibitions. And that is where the amazing design intervention comes into play. Various international designers like Burberry, Eileen Fisher, Indian designer Abraham and Thakur has incorporated Katha work into their designs. On my right of my presentation, you can actually see designs when Abraham and Thakur, how they have beautifully contemporized the Katha techniques on the design, international designers using Katha. And this is a London story map by a designer who has actually showcased this technique in UK. Burberry has actually used Katha work and featured Katha in his autumn-winter collection and showcased on an international runway, which has actually given Katha a very international perspective and also recognition, which was really due. So you can see some of the pieces of Burberry where they have used Katha techniques. So this is one thing which we actually teach our student at Asset School of Design, that through proper design intervention, you can actually take any craft form from any part of the world and actually can make it modernized and contemporary. Eileen Fisher, an American fashion designer, has also incorporated Katha into her collection as part of her commitment towards sustainable fashion and ethical fashion. On my left-hand side of my presentation, you can actually see some beautiful work where she has incorporated the Katha work through so this work are sourced from a fair trade organization based in Bangalore. It's in Bangladesh. Yeah. So Abraham Thakur is an Indian fashion designer who has extensively worked with Katha in their collection. So on my all the visuals, you can see that some of the usage and how beautifully they have incorporated the Katha techniques in their collection and made it very, very contemporary and very very wearable garment. Let me also tell you about Ekta Kaul, a textile artist who has really contemporized Katha with a unique work of art. And this is an part of her work which was presented at London and an exhibition where she has incorporated Katha and made it into an textile art piece. She has done a map of London by using Katha work. Shamlu Dudeja, she's a designer based in Bengal, and she has extensively worked with Katha right from the year 1985. And she has a foundation called She Foundation, where she actually worked with rural women folk of Bengal, giving them employable opportunities working with Katha. So these are some of her work. She has extensively worked with Katha. Eminent fashion designer from Bengal, Sharbari Datta, has also popularized Katha, and she has used Katha majorly for menswear design and really popularized works. Her work has been also worn by big celebrities of India and also international celebrities. And this is some of her work where she has used Katha in her collection. Very vibrant colors and full embroidery techniques. Designers like Anna Villa Mishra and Neha Roy, founder of Potpurri, has also used traditional Katha and given them a very modern and contemporary twist to her design. You can actually see the designs where they have used very Katha work to give it a very contemporary and geometric motif through using the craft form. Lot of designers are also using Katha work for home furnishing. This is also one part of the work which has been done by different designers, where they are now not only concentrating on fashion, but as they're also taking embroidery techniques into home furnishings, which has a big market. So this is some of the designs where you can see Katha work in beautiful chairs, cushions, Katha stitch wooden two-seater by Wood Street. So it actually shows that any craft form can be utilized not only purely in fashion, but also in different segment, especially home furnishing. Katha has also been introduced in mass fashion, because generally when we talk about designers and we talk about really couture garment or high fashion, but there are certain companies who are now actually using craft forms and embroidery to give it a very mass appeal, so that it is more available to the mass market, and hence has potential of big employment generation for the craft people. I would also tell you that sometimes when we talk about fashion and high fashion couture shows, we really forget about people who are actually working in the roots, who are actually the craft people, because until unless we uplift them, the embroidery techniques or the craft things will not be really uplifted. So we really need to give them a big platform so that they are survived, because generally what happens is like in a family where they are practicing the craft from generation, the young people, they don't want to take up the craft anymore, because they are not getting paid, and they are now shifting to different parts of the country to take different kind of other work. I would also tell you that work like even masonry or plumbing, carpentry, where they are getting more than just using the craft techniques at their home. So I think as designers or as people working in the industry, it is our role also to really give them a platform where they can at least earn the equal amount where they're earning in a different field, so that the craft or the embroidery techniques are really survived, you know. So this is one of the our student work where we had given them a project where we said that you have to utilize an embroidery, which we give them a katha to make it contemporary, and also you have to work on sustainability and upcycle and recycle and come up with a very contemporary work. So this is our students' work, Harshita's work on Trap Nomad, where she has actually used katha through her in her garment, and the entire garment is made out of upcycling, where she has actually deconstructed a jacket and used leftover fabrics to give it a very contemporary twist. So at essays, we generally work with students, giving them different projects, and also tell them that how they can actually take up an art form or a craft and contemporize it using through their own design intervention. So this is one of her work which she has done. Thank you. So so this is a small presentation on the Katha work of Bengal and how how our students are using their design intervention to make it more modern. Due to time shortage, I've kept it very minimal and more visual. And you know, I would be available at I'll leave my email ID in the chat box if anybody wants to reach out to us and for any potential collaboration. And we're always looking for amazing people, artists, and amazing people working sustainability to work and collaborate with. You know, and I hope you have found my presentation interesting, and I look
Amazing.
forward to again joining you hopefully very soon and next year. And apologies, I have to again attend another panel discussion with Fashion Revolution India, which is happening at 4 o'clock. I have to rush for that event. And I think I will see all the presentation which Gavi will be sharing to us, the recorded presentation. Thank you so much, and lovely hearing to people about the presentation. And I think like Gabby said, that we are now a family of people working towards sustainability. And I think a lot of things are happening. I'm so excited that there are a lot of things happening in the sustainability ethos future. And I would always welcome you to come and check what we are doing at Asset School of Design. Last, I'll take this opportunity also to that last year I connected with a designer from Belgium. And she has actually visited our school. She has given a talk session to our student workshop, and it all happened because of Gabby and because of this amazing network where I got connected with so many amazing people out there. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aloke, and good luck with the Fashion Revolution India. I didn't mention, but also Fashion Revolution India has selected the same manifesto point 4. So that's why there are a lot of Indian in our nice family, and they have the opportunity to present themselves and also this very interesting theme. A theme is also, but the topic, the theme is. So our next speaker will be Charlene O'Brien from Australia. Charlene is also in our Global Sustainable Fashion Week family and also in our National Fashion Week Hungary, because she is really a fantastic sustainable fashion designer. And I'm very pleased to greet you now, Charlene. Please.
Well, hi, everybody. Thanks, Gabby, for organizing this. Amazing. I'm just amazed by everybody's input. It's just incredible. So thanks everybody for your presentations. So I'll just put mine on, share. Okay, so oh, hang on, is that it? What's happened there? Okay, can everybody see it?
Yes.
Is it all right? Yep.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so crafting a sustainable future, the role of handicrafts in promoting environmental and social responsibility. Okay. So basically I am the artisan, and it's been a self-discovery. I originally went to the London College of Fashion and for a 2-year course in, when I was probably many years ago. So I was very grateful that I could learn the technical side of fashion, the engineering, and being able to create the form. And as I evolved on my journey, I actually I was inspired actually in London by Anita Roddick, who was the body shop lady who had incorporated the first recycling of her actual product. And that inspired me at a very young age. I was only 18 at the time, many years ago. And I took that on as a vision and how I could actually do it at that point of my career. And I had no idea where I was going to start because there was no such thing at that time. So, so I'll just give you a bit of the journey about how we can actually take responsibility for the environmental and social. Our design, and it actually starts with the design, the fabric, the natural color, style. And so I'll just go into the introduction. So it's not a passing phase, of course, and as everybody on the panel understand and have put all their heart and soul, but it is a mindset, and it's here to, oh, hang on, I can't really see it, how to stay. And so it's either individual or collective groups that we can contribute to conserving resources, reducing carbon emissions, as well as making lifelong commitment and incorporating it as a lifestyle. So it's not just a passing phase. It really needs to be taken on seriously as a lifestyle, creating healthy options for you and how you can actually lessen your carbon footprint as an individual. And I think we all need to take responsibility, and it's not about big organizations, it's all about the individual. So how can you make a difference? And my philosophy has been reduce, reuse, and recycle. Okay, so the first responsibility as a creator is the design. And it starts with the design concept and the intention to create something of integrity. Over the years, particularly the late 90s, a few pioneering designers have moved towards more ethically made clothing. The beauty of eco-clothing is that each designer has their own individual interpretation of what is ethical. So you're left with a myriad of delectable and unique choices to suit you as the designer. So it starts with the inspiration to creation. So basically, I have always incorporated natural color, and because I'm nature inspired, I love nature, I'm very connected to nature as a designer. I have done many workshops teaching natural color, how you derive soft colors and embed them into your garment with natural fibers. So the color is extracted from plants. It is primitive, and it as when the first textiles were made, it has an element of artistic alchemy. So the artistic alchemy suggests that when working with nature, the seasons, the moon, and weather can influence colors on textiles. Each season becomes its own unique expression through the garment. Fresh lemon yellows in the spring to dusty reds in winter from the same plant. Also, the moon can influence variation in colors. You can purchase natural dyes such as indigo, madder, and henna off the internet from specialized dye shops or supporting small global communities, which becomes their resource. And then living in Australia, I have the most amazing access to Australian bush plants, which are fantastic for textile dyeing to give it those natural color hues. But you have to make sure that the plant matter has been collected sustainably from private properties, or where necessary, that correct licenses have been obtained, because there is such a thing as wild foraging, but we don't want everyone to go wild foraging and destroy the plantations. So we do need to make sure that we are mindful. And usually there's enough waste on roadsides or from private properties, which I've collected most of them from my own property. And you could always grow your own dye plants. There's many books on artisans and textile artists who grow their own dye plants. And of course, all over the world, you get a myriad of different colors, which is amazing. I would suggest doing a natural dye workshop first to see which plants and colors you enjoy experimenting with. And so style, there are many ways that you can create your look and sustainable style. So firstly, you could recycle a pre-loved piece into a glamorous dress, skirt, pants, or top. You could source vintage pieces from stores online and deconstruct and refit to suit your style and shape. Go ahead and cut off a too long hem or make it short with ruffles, reshape an old-fashioned sleeve, find some secondhand tulle, add it to or embellish it, dye it, and have fun. You could find the starting piece in a family heirloom handed down from generations ago, but sadly never used. A secondhand store, or alternatively off-the-rack fashion designers specializing in organic and recycled fabrics. You could make your new design from a series of old wardrobe favorites that have seen better days, but parts may still be reusable. If you don't feel confident to do it yourself without help, find time to do a textile workshop that specializes in various techniques, or possibly have a dressmaker do it for you. Just to tell you a bit of a background about my journey as a sustainable fashion designer. So since 1997, the clothing industry has had a significant impact on the environment and society. And it's up to companies, large companies and consumers, to take responsibility for their actions. And my first collection was arranged using recycled denim, which I created back into a yarn, and supported a cottage industry in Vietnam. That was the early 2000s. I sort of had my first recycled denim yarn created, and then I had an English guy at the time who rewove it back into a fabric. And as I was cutting into it as my first collection, I realized I was creating waste again. And I had to rethink my production methods. And I thought, no, I can't go to all that trouble creating woven fabrics. And I happened to be on a trip in Vietnam with a friend, and I got a aha moment. Oh, support the handicraft industry. No waste, basically knitwear, crochet, and Vietnam was the perfect place to set up my first collection, which was exhibited at the Mercedes Fashion Week in 1997. And so basically that was my first collection, a handmade crocheted collection using recycled denim, where the denim from producers of denim created the waste, and we shredded it and recreated a yarn, and I had it reknitted in Vietnam. And I lived over there for a while with my son, who was only 3. He had his 3rd birthday there. And that was the start of my sustainable fashion. So unfortunately, at that time, I was a little bit ahead of myself and realized that the fashion industry was led by greed, power, and money. So I felt a little bit wiped out by it all and overwhelmed. But I actually have persevered over the years and experimented as the artist. In 2008, I presented my first eco collection in Paris at the Ethical Fashion Trade Show. And I exhibited there 5 years and had a sellout of my eco luxury collection to a gallery over there, which was wonderful. I was supported even at that time. And I realized that was the way to go as the artisan, and it's supported me too. So I've also had my collections showcased in London, Singapore, Budapest, Japan, and Spain. So I've traveled a lot with my collections, specifically the eco collection. And just talking about cultures that still embrace the volume of craftsmen, especially the Vietnamese, the Japanese cultures, and obviously China. We've just had that talk with the embroidery, which are harnessing and helping produce volumes and supporting the skilled artisans at the same time. So, which is great to see that there's collaborations. So that's just some views of some of my fashion in Paris, Budapest, Tokyo, London, and of course Perth. So the principles of eco fashion are definitely in the education, learning techniques and the skills. And not only with cultures like we're Australia, where we don't really have we have the Indigenous, the Aboriginals, which are making a name for themselves, which is wonderful. But I'm talking about a heritage. So I draw on embroidery from Japan, the borrow stitching, and I just teach myself, and then I bring it into like workshops where I can share the skill with other people. And I have been putting on quite a few workshops which have been popular because there's a revival of the crafts industry where people are now empowering themselves by learning new skills and having fun at the same time in the Western culture. So it becomes a bit of a community project. So when we learn the techniques, we need to take in consideration the sustainable design, the zero waste. I'm a zero waste designer. I create from one piece of cloth and utilize that with my embellishing. So I can start with 3 meters and the whole cloth will be used into that piece. I don't cut, I manipulate, I embellish, I felt, I pleat, I do all sorts of embellishment to get the fit of the garment. Sustainable production, and also learning how to get
Thank you so much. I think that all of you have had a fantastic journey. I think this road is not easy, but if we work in community or in a so-called family, we are strong together. Thank you so much, Charlene. I highly appreciate your work. Our next speaker will be Minaz. Minaz is a lawyer, social worker, and fashion blogger, and also member of our team. She visited Budapest 2 times, and she contributed to the success of our Global Sustainable Fashion Week. Thanks a lot also for this contribution, Minaz.
Hi, thank you so much. Hello, everybody. This is Minaz. I hope I'm audible. Is I'm audible?
Yes.
Yes, yes. This Mina is audible.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you,
I
everybody,
don't believe
for
it.
listening.
Sorry, I lost my power.
No, it was okay. It was okay. We
Do you
enjoyed
want me
it.
to resume? Would you like me to resume it?
If you wish, yes, because you are the president.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. I'll just get onto my video again. Oh gosh, how do I get onto share screen? I just lost it all. Okay. Okay, can you all see where I'm at? Okay, so there wasn't much left to do. So, okay, so I have recently established the Art of Sustainable Fashion online courses, and I'm a creator of my own brand, Charlene Vivian, and I'm passionate about teaching others through a series of sustainable workshops so I can share my skills. And I present them online privately or in group bookings. So generally we have a group discussion to get them, or the workshop participants interested in the philosophy of eco fashion and their ideas and their views. So it sort of incorporates discussion and the history on social and environmental impact on the fashion industry. And I've also produced a film which I sell via oh, my mind's gone blank. But I have produced that in the early 2000s, and it's been distributed through an American agent who is an online. Anyway, the DVD is online for universities to use. Zero waste principles in fashion design and construction. Design and make your own piece from a new or pre-loved item. Natural dye techniques. Indigo dye bath using the shibori techniques. Embellishment techniques, hand stitch, reconstruction and felting techniques. Embellish and completing a fashion piece ready for exhibition, because you usually find for small businesses and artisans, you need to go through the whole process to get it market ready and to create a saleable product for, so that's what I'm working on currently, teaching a lot of skills. And another passion that I have recently stumbled on, because I've actually moved to a little coastal town, and I did a workshop on plastic pollution down by the beach, where we were digging in the sand and by a meter, and we were discovering that we were finding plastic in these pristine beaches, and they don't biodegrade at all. They become a hazard, and they just it destroys nature basically. So I've started collecting the beach rope now, and there's a company called Ocean Works who does a lot of research on how much plastic is created each year and the value that's just thrown away, and it's not biodegradable. And so I've started to take it more into my artworks, and that will become a message to others, just to be mindful about the plastic pollution we have currently. And just to sum up, I graduated in the mid-80s, and I've always combined fashion and conscience by designing clothing which preserves ancient handcrafts, zero waste, generates fair trade, and provides employment opportunities within communities that assist in breaking the poverty cycle. I've lost 2 houses to bushfires in Western Australia. Unfortunately, we're quite prone to the bushfires here because we have dry summers, and which has driven me more to and be more empathic to environmental issues. And so I'm also very aware of the nature extinctions or endangered species through loss of habitat, through greed and power. And there's a lot really that we need to look at, not only, you know, in the fashion industry, but also just the whole planet needs to be balanced, and we need to be mindful. And I tread earth lightly, and I'm also very mindful of the choices I make that considers the care and consumer well-being. And my mission is to recycle, upcycle, repurpose, be resourceful, hack what you can to prevent landfill, natural resources depleting, global warming, animal protection, and address our ongoing planetary problems that matter more than ever before through sustainable practice. And we can all enjoy life as it's meant to be, in harmony, balance, and peace and love. And we are the living ancestors. So let us make a global difference for all. So just thank you. I can be also reached at my website, www.charlenevivian.com, or I've got the Facebook and my emails. So sorry about the disruption, but thanks for everybody. I do feel like you're all a family, because especially in the fashion industry where it's quite cutthroat, in the normal industry, where I feel the eco fashion designers, we all respect each other and we work together, and you know, it's just a totally different philosophy from big industry. So thank you. Thanks, Gabby.
Thanks a lot, Charlene. I think that you have summarized also what I had to tell to our family and also the others. So this is our aim. That's why maybe this is our purpose on the earth. Thank you so much. So I would like to give the floor to Minaz now. She is also very, very kind to this whole initiative and how she can promote our aims and how she can contribute with her own work to this aim. So Minaz, you are coming now. So let's see your presentation.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Yes.
Just give 1 second. I'm sharing my screen.
No problem. You take time, so no problem. Oh, this is a wonderful picture about the Global Sustainable Fashion Week when you had a fantastic dress, I remember, yes. So Minaz always take with her fantastic clothing from India when she is at our or on take part in our program. So she represents India well.
I hope my screen is visible to everybody.
Visible, maybe it should be a bit bigger if you can do it. If you explain the story, then it will be not a problem. So you can explain us.
Okay, I'm starting it. India fashion is known for its vibrant color, intricate design, and rich cultural heritage. It reflects the diversity and uniqueness of India's different regions and communities and has gained global recognition in recent years. In this presentation, we will explore the beauty of Indian fashion and art and how it celebrates tradition and culture. As you can see in my picture, this is me. I'm wearing sari. This is colorful, and this sari I wore in National Fashion Week in 2022. Then traditional Indian clothing. Traditional Indian clothing varies by region and culture, but it's often characterized by bright colors, intricate embroidery, and flowing fabrics. The most well-known traditional Indian clothing items are the sari, salwar kameez, and lehenga choli. These garments have evolved over centuries and continue to be worn today with modern twists added to traditional designs. As you can see, this pink one is the salwar kameez. This is a traditional outfit. Basically, it's worn by the people in the Punjab, and all like it's famous is now in every community. But and this white embroidery, this is the hand embroidery. You can see white color embroidery in this pink suit. And handicrafts and artisans. India is home to very array of handicrafts crafted by skilled artisans who have been passing down their crafts for generations. Some of the most popular handicrafts include block printing, hand embroidery, weaving, and painting. These crafts are often associated with specific regions of India and are deeply rooted in culture and historical context of those areas. As you can see in this picture, I'm zooming. This is the printing on this suit, and this is the summer collection which I want in summer. And after that, this is just. Mm. I think there is some error. Is I'm audible?
Yeah.
Let me do it again. I don't know what happened. My screen sharing stopped. I'm sharing again my screen.
No problem. Some technical problem may occur. So maybe you can explain us what kind of dress you wore during the Fashion Revolution week when the Americans top designer wanted to have picture with you. Maybe you can explain that what was, because we discussed that we have to introduce also some heritage from India. So maybe you can explain about this. You remember?
Yes, this dress, other dresses in this picture. I'm sharing that the red one lehenga. So I'm also sharing that also. So everyone can see this is the khadi product.
Yes.
I don't know what happens. Yeah.
Jeff Garner from US.
You see,
very excited to have a picture with you. I remember.
Yes, I have that dress also. So now it's you can see fashion fusion. In recent years, Indian fashion has undergone a transformation with designer fusing traditional elements with modern styles. The fusion fashion combines the richness and vibrancy of traditional Indian clothing with contemporary design elements, creating unique and innovative looks. It has gained popularity both in India and globally, with many designers creating fusion collection. As you see can in this picture, pink and blue dress. This is designed by Navona. She's from Budapest only, and this dress is a fusion, so you can see. And Indian jewelry is known for its intricate design and use of precious and semi-precious stone and metals. It is often worn as a complement to traditional Indian clothing, but can also be paired with modern outfits. Some popular Indian jewelry styles include kundan, polki, Jadua, and Minakshi. This is the necklace which I worn by Indian outfit. This is sari, and this collection I worn in Budapest only, in Global Sustainable Fashion Week only. And Indian art and textile. Indian art and textiles are renowned for their vibrant colors, intricate design, and unique texture. Traditional Indian textiles such as silk, cotton, and wool are often used as the base for these designs. Indian art styles such as Madhubani, Varni, and Kalamkari are also incorporated into clothing and accessory, creating a unique fusion of fashion and art. This is the dress, this is lehenga and choli, and this is a fully embroidery. And the last conclusion I can say, Indian fashion and art celebrate the rich culture heritage of India and reflect the diversity and uniqueness of its different regions and communities. The fusion of traditional and modern styles has led to the growth and popularity of Indian fashion globally. But embracing and celebrating Indian fashion and art, we can appreciate the beauty and richness of this ancient culture and help preserve its tradition for future generations. This is all, and you can see in this red lenga, this is the khadi design. This is also I won in 2018 in Global Sustainable Fashion Week, and actually this is designed by my sister, and I specially designed this for the Global Sustainable Fashion Week for the presentation. And that's all. In the last, I can say we can promote sustainability in our design, and we can encourage to young generation, so they can use clothing in a different styles, and they can use one cloth in a different style, so we can promote sustainability in the clothing. Thank you all. That's all. uh, I hope that you like my presentation.
Yes, thank you, Minas. It is very important you mentioned that the young generation should wear such kind of values. And also in Hungary, this is the big question, how can we influence the young generation to really value this kind of clothing and to motivate them to buy also such kind of dresses and accessories and so on. And it is a very good example. You are very young and you had a real good reaction in Hungary when you were wearing this kind of dresses. So thank you so much. So it is a
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. After Minas, I kindly ask Professor Dr. El Sayed Ahmed from Egypt. He is a professor at the university in Egypt, and he has a lot of very interesting topics dealing with, but just now he is dealing with the Egyptian folklore. The floor is yours. Mr. Professor El Sayed.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Are you here? So welcome.
Yes,
Welcome to the seminar.
yes, okay, thank you.
Yes, we see your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all of you. Many thanks for Professor Gabriel to invited me to attend and present my presentation today. Today, our title, The Egyptian Folklore of Matruh and the Sinai Region for Fashion Trend, El Sayed al-Nashar, and Professor Abdelhadi, Professor of Tourism Economics, Faculty of Tourism and Hotel, Alexandria University, Egypt. Here we have the Egyptian folklore of Matruh and the Sinai region as a traditional fashion in Egypt is an area which women have developed different style, decoration, and performance, and the most important resort to Egypt women decorate of hair, clothes, embroidery, which of many type of forms, and raw material and methods performance, and it was found alone. It is was found other material such as a bead. It is a study sheet light of various type of craft and their various Egyptian folklore of Matruh and the Sinai region, as well as the way of the mean their implementation and identify the use for Egyptian folklore in Matruh and the Sinai region. It is a material and type of techniques for implementation of various type of craft, which include beadwork and service, close single beadwork. We have some studies here about the crafts. We have Our objective, this research explains the impact of the modern development of the fortive value of fashion and the craft, their Egyptian folklore photography, and under the date of the 5th generation of technology. He also revealed the trend of the artistic of craft Egyptian folklore arts in the light 15th generation of technology, evolved way methods bearing plastic fashion and the ability for carried the contained the area and dimension of the self activity, their graph concept of fashion graphic value, and their method and values for 5th generation technology and modern technology. Also, we have our research problem, how a benefit to benefit from concept of Egyptian folklore through the popular band and their ruler Western popular and traditional and the region Matruh and the Sinai through color and symbol and closest benefit for them in a development of Egyptian heritage in a modern fashion trend. Number two, the lack of academic studies that deal with the study cooperative analysis of Egyptian folklore through the folklore and its role representative for folklore and the region, that region Matruh and the Sinai region color and the symbol of clothing benefit from this development of Egyptian heritage in modern fashion trend. Number three, some of the findings beginning for loose heritage. Number four, clothes and Egyptian and identify foundry the liberty of next forces. Also, we have every people have a national custom they know about expect of Egyptian, as you see there are street decorate mixture tasted for the men women children and different identification that is the craft of Egyptian folklore. The shape of Egyptian robe in the country has also change from one village to another, and every title a woman can be made very famous Pakistani and Gulf so are grown. This is Matruh and the Sinai region. Each region with a specific style clothing, different spirit of culture, identified races, and the craft of Egyptian folklore. In this region, we find that women clothes Upper Egypt and the different type of the Delta information and different coastal government. We can see also here what is the popular heritage in Sinai region. The region of Sinai and some of the rich area, ancient civilization that carry many artists and documented for surrounded area, consider a vertical port. The people of this region meet the custom and the traditional are close on carry language of popular culture rich, which reflected popular heritage and wildlife environment, and the activity take advantage in the environment and resource to produce art in the connect generation, quarter, traditional, national, identify the region. We can see also what is a popular heritage in Matruh region. Popular custom cinematic means hidden being establishment and buried reeds from human life environment, and they considered mirror of human existing somewhere. The national closes on one key of the possibilities of advances for civilization, perhaps closing in the first key of the character's earliest evidence of it, because his life it is for earliest for language and the nation of the before men understand the culture civilization. We can see here our city here, Siwa, largest sees Alexandria Great in the Egyptian. This is. We can see here, which is the heritage of include popular custom, traditional religion, art, song, and clothes. First one, access the design, solution, invention, clothes, and fabric style through the Egyptian folklore, through the popular band, and their role represent popular, traditional, and regional Matruh. And the Sinai through the symbolism and the clothes benefit from this is development of Egyptian heritage and modern fashion. Number two, proceeding the theoretical studies in Egypt folklore through the popular group and their represent popular traditional region Matruh and the Sinai, a color symbolism and the clothes benefit of the development Egypt. Number three, the benefit from development Egyptian heritage, modern fashion trend of technique we can see here. what is the social culture? We can see some design here. Also, a group of individual custom development taking culture manifest oral traditional expression including language and medium for expressing independent culture heritage. Number B performance artists. Number C social particular orientation consumer. Number D knowledge and particular related nature of the user. Number E traditional of craft. We are working in traditional craft analysis of Bedouin custom Matruh region. We can see here some figure both mentioned Matruh region custom consisted of 5 pieces, a China, a particular work involved based and if alive important heritage. There is the name of some Bedouin custom of Matruh. This not we can see some here figure that is for Bedouin child custom of Matruh region. We can see here that is 5 pieces. We can see here all Garda and Shema is with the this is close after made wool when thread and the IG region length from 5 to 10 centimeter. Tailors notes that average price Galabia dresses about 350 pound Egyptian pound at the most of average group whether 3 pieces. Also we can see some figure here about women that made from natural fiber, from natural woven fabric, by handmade of yarn, handmade of woven fabric, handmade of printing, handmade of working to get clothes here by handmade in this city. Also, we have some symbol of sewing embroidery symmetry. We can see at the left some symbol that use in their region. We can use this an embroidery square motif called fan, which moves well, which breathed in printing from evil eye. Also at right, we can see the women since 1930. We can see also the handmade of jewelries of this city by handmade from natural material from this region. Also, they are working in jewelry that accessory for clothes. That is handmade of work. Also, we have here embroidery with some jewelries of ancient about 900 years ago. Also, we are working at poetry by painting, handmade painting to show that is natural dyes, natural, everything is natural and maybe by handmade. We can also hear a young sewing women wearing careful party dresses by handmade for every girls that do this clothes by handmade. So they are still working by handmade till today in this region. We can see also some child working and playing by this is the region clothes. We can see also here the embroidery block wedding dresses killed the thorough working that work. We can see also the shoes. We can see also the gloves, and we can see here also everything in this clothes by handmade from natural fiber, from fabric structure. So the printing by natural dyes from this region. We can see also here some pieces of women's dresses. We can see by using embroidery. So description of uniform measure and the care that is a clear popular dresses Bedouin in Matruh in the recent popular recommended present action that become essential. This is the effect of leads measure held of most many of the attribute matter change culture. We can see also here some figures about Bedouin custom festival aim festival tourism. Like this figure, we can see the detail of Bedouin custom of Matruh. by handmade till today are working handmade from natural fiber to clothes. We can see also here a Bedouin custom Matruh folklore teams for dance of folklore this region. We can see the color between yellow, between blue, between red that used there. Women clothes in Siwa also, every color has a story. People in Siwa who see have their own clothes, their disguised them, especially girl and women clothes, which are disguised by their bright colors and uncouth detail with a white long sleeves, name of Plural of Siwa Heritage. This is who work for Siwa Heritage in Siwa, designed for doing clothes and women and girls. We can see also here some definition color that have marriage, reducing for symbol, a color prices, color Siwa, embroidery carried the philosophy, significant embraces, like here some definition also married women clothes when women go out to visit neighbors family relative she cover her body by sheet with the sheet popular for siwa and used for wear long and the people siwa are still taken growing and the woman does not give siwa without covering her body. We can see also some definition analysis, geometrical characteristics of modified custom, Egyptian folklore, Trump, Matruf, embroidery, beautiful thread of custom and Matruf folklore, band and the methno activity for great. Embroidery is very important for clothes of folk art group and Matruh region as a beautiful existing colorful various carried the positive large in additional they are back to time traditional garment. We can also hear some definition describe popular heritage in Matruh. We can see also some figure describe Vatil Asian folklore on Matruh also. We can see also here, we can go to the Sina and some popular also still working and printing of handmade for this region and Sinai Siwa also have many kind of fabric and embroidery by this motif. Also we have some popular heritage of Sinai, really more than a linear system of custom construction, single foundation require aesthetic value related and visual description in figure. We can go to the figure, direct figure popular heritage for visual illustration for Sinai region. We can also, Sinai is the east of Egypt at the desert, so Matruh at the west of Egypt, west of desert Egypt. So we have many kind of visual alliances from Sinai region, some symbols that use as folklore there. So also we hear some logical visual alliance here for Sinai region. We can see also here a description, technical design process often comes culture for common environment surrounding designer. Therefore, design is not individual phenomenon subject to popular process, but rather culture at root of social side environment where design life. We have some result. We can go to direct to recommendation. The variant of Egyptian folklore is region Matruh and the Sinai fashion trend through popular band there and represent folklore in region Matruh and the Sinai through color and symbolism. In clothes benefit from them to development Egyptian heritage and the modern fashion trend. First, we need to establish a database related to some Egyptian handcraft, including popular national clothes and the region Matruh Sinai. Number two is the need to participate international festival conference and international project European heritage. Number three, the need of include a culture definition, national custom, and the school curriculum, various stage of education and agreement with the preventive humanities, culture, education, higher education, social effort, the tourism, and the cooperation with the UNESCO. We need to cooperation with UNESCO to develop this region in Egypt. So also the necessary development of popular band, their role preserving popular folk traditional region Matruh and Sinai, color symbolism, color benefit from develop Egyptian heritage, modern fashion trend contribute in region economy. Number 5, follow-up activity related popular and culture heritage of the region Matruh and Sinai through the color and symbol for closing the light previous agreement. Number 6, mobilization, strength and normal effect of the under document, implementation popular authentic culture heritage of region Matruh and Sinai through this color symbol and the clothes were formed in Egyptian ancient time, prevent number 7, implementation activities there, format presentation popular in tribe culture and region Matruh and Sinai, color and symbol clothes in Egypt, revaining popular investigating culture heritage element in region Matruh and Sinai and color symbolism clothes and recognizes the beacon. Also, we have education Egyptian about the preventive popular scientific heritage region Matruh and Sinai through the color and symbol clothes and enhance this Egyptian identify, organize a workshop, a seminar, and so on. Number 10, in the field of popular sustainable culture heritage region Matruh and Sinai color symbol clothing and community need regular concept prevent ministries as such a Ministry of Culture, Ministry for Foreign Affairs, the civil society organization and public determined concerning inherent culture heritage. In the field of present for popular and physical culture heritage, the region Matruh and Sinai color and symbol and clothing. Number 12, documentation the whole custom of the region Matruh and Sinai and work in defined training product centers. We can see also we carrying a project to serve in handicraft with the textile products that generously inherited for part local environment and rural life. Number 14, prevent sustainable culture heritage, respond to traditional costume of women, which custom of traditional Egyptian women. Number 15, to take care folklore and Sinai international secondary goods, introduce original Sinai art. Number 16, open research area in this important and exists for study related with the art development, the boot craft of the Egyptian folklore with relevant ultimately popular heritage. Today we had present our problem. Next seminar we will present our designer to show what they do from this region in clothes and design for fashion trend. Thank you for all of you. Thank you for all of you.
Thank you so much. And you mentioned, thank you so much. You mentioned also the ministry, and it is very important to involve also the decision makers. And tomorrow we have a conference, offline conference, and we will invite also, for example, those kind of people who are really have a good examples that they support the different regions in Hungary. Embroidery, because the Höve embroidery became a Hungarian so-called special prize regarding the Hungaricum. And I think that the fashion revolution has also the message that you have to involve everybody who can help in this topic. And
yes,
it is good that you mentioned that also the ministries, also the local people who have power to help also the artisans and so on. So they need also such kind of support. So
yes,
I think that everybody has such a nice presentation and very good examples, but the time is nearly over. But of course, we will record it, and this is a very good stuff, very good information. So I'm really enjoy it, and we can also spread and can record for the others as well. But I kindly ask you to shorten a little the presentation, because otherwise maybe the others will be very tired because of the zone and the time difference. So
Yes, I know.
yes, then our next speaker will be Dr. Guoxian Huan from China, who is the associate professor of Dokuan University. Huan, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Gabby.
Okay. So be so kind to start your presentation.
Hello, everyone, and I would like to begin by expressing my deep gratitude to Gabby for extending the invitation to me. It's truly an honor to participate in this seminar and share my topic with all the scholars and expertise. My name is Guo Xiangyuan, and I'm a designer and a researcher, curator specializing in sustainability and the traditional techniques in fashion and textiles. Additionally, I'm the director of the secretariat for the World Textile University Alliance. So today's presentation I will be delivering is divided into three sections, which are introduction, characteristic of Guizhou embroidery, and application in fashion design. So Guizhou is a province located in southwestern China. It's known for its rich cultural heritage and is famous for its vibrant festivals and celebrations, which showcase unique customers and traditions. Guizhou is home to a diverse array of ethnic minority groups, many of which have their own unique cultures, languages, and traditions. So you can see from the figures that here a brief overview of some of the major ethnic minority groups in Guizhou and their locations as shown on this slide. You can see that the Miao people, which on the right fingers, the people are one of the largest ethnic minority groups in Guizhou, and they are primarily located in the south east and the central regions of this province. So where the locations of other ethnic minority groups are listed in the table, if you are interested, I can share some information to you after the presentation. Here are 6 main types of Guizhou embroidery. So let's dive into the unique characteristics in the upcoming slide. This is the shui. First is the shui embroidery. It's renowned for its vibrant designs depicting animals, birds, and flowers. So in this embroidery style, horse tail is incorporated to add some intricate lines and details, as well as some textures to the designs. On the right slide, you can see is a stunning bag designed by my student Hu Yun. She is used shui embroidery with horse tail to create this masterpiece. This is Miao embroidery. This category embroidery incorporates various stitching techniques such as satin stitch, cross stitch, and coaching. So typically, Miao embroidery is done on dark or some black fabric, use colorful silk thread to create their intricate designs. So over on the right-hand side of this slide, this design entitled Butterflies Love Flowers is designed by my student Chen Qing, another embroiderer from the Miao ethnic group. Here is shows a Buyi embroidery. It's known for its simplicity and grace, usually featuring some geometrical metric patterns, flowers, and some birds. So the artworks on the display is designed by another one of my students, and She is a batik master, and she used batik technique and some embroideries to make some dome drum patterns. Here shows another embroidery type, which is called 阁老 embroidery. It's commonly used to embellish some traditional clothes like jackets, shirts, skirt, and some like hats you can see from the photo, as well as some household items such as pillowcase and some like the tablecloths. So recently, 阁老 embroidery have gained recognitions as a folk art form and has been exhibited in some like cultural events and exhibitions, both domestically and internationally. This is a embroidery. This technique is frequently utilized to depict some tales, myths, and legends, and to express some desire for some like good luck and for some joy, for some prosperity. This type of embroidery is more than just an art form. It also serves as a tool for the people to they think they can safeguard their lives and maintain their cultural heritage and some identity. The last one is a dome embroidery. It often depicts some natural elements such as flowers, birds, and animals, as well as some like the geometric shapes. So some artisans use a combination of flat, satin, and some knotted stitch to create some three-dimensional effect on the piece of fabrics or on some costumes, fashion pieces. On this side, we can observe some varieties of some embroidery styles in Guizhou. I just list some of them. So each with these patterns and also some characteristics you can see here, such as Buyi embroidery showcase some traditional symbols like the dragons, phoenix, and some other patterns in the dark hue. And for the Yi embroidery it features some simple designs of like the sun, moon, and some stars with vibrant colors, as well as other techniques you can see here. So this embroidery style use material like the silk and cotton and some linen to create their unique and very distinct design. So on this slide, we can see some different embroidery techniques used, each with its very old distinct style and ethnic origins. For instance, Shui embroidery employs some satin stitch to achieve a glossary surface, while Miao embroidery use long and short stitch to create some like the shading effect. For Dong embroidery, on another hand, they employ like the split stitch. So for more information on these techniques, you can refer to the provided details. This slide shows some common embroidery style along with their corresponding patterns and the symbolism or some significance behind them. However, due to the time constraints, I will only provide an explanation for the Miao embroidery, which is displayed on the slide. In Miao embroidery, the butterfly pattern represents love, happiness, and freedom. So the intricate details of butterfly's wing symbolize the beauty of nature and the like the delicate balance of life. So it's also believed to bring good luck and ward to their spirit. In this section, I will introduce some applications of Guizhou embroidery in fashion and related areas. One of my students, Li Feng, she's a skilled embroiderer and inheritor of this craft. So you can see her in these three photos, which demonstrating her design by using traditional embroidery with some dyeing techniques. Another one of my students, she's a fashion designer who is incorporated with some traditional embroidery in her design to promote the cultural exchange and some applied in some commercial products. This slide shows collaboration between an inheritor who specializes in some mantle gape stitch embroidery. This is very special in Guizhou, and she cooperated with another fashion brand called Grace Chen. So you can see the embroidery features natural silver colors with a tin metal, which gives a simple yet elegant touch to the overall design. Here's another example of the mantle gape stitch being used on the green like dress. You can see the contrast between the colors, fabric and the mantle. So here we can see the research and design work of my students who have combined embroidery with modern technologies, especially laser technology. This also is one of my research areas. So through this experiment, my student has utilized the laser technique with embroidery to explore new design expressions and create some design collections that integrate the technology with traditional craftsmanship. This section shows some international events where some of my students' design incorporating with some Guizhou embroidery, were displayed. I remember it's it's in 2021. Yeah, a fashion show was held in Brazil. This runway show features about over 30, I remember, 30 sets of clothing with various styles that blend Eastern elements, such as traditional embroidery, with modern fashion and creativity. This slide features a selection with piece from 26 sets of fashion designs created by my student, collaborate with some students from MMU, Manchester Metropolitan University. So this design demonstrates a fusion of East and the Western fashion cultures, so their unique and diverse style. So to conclude my presentation, I would like to share a short video. Short video of a fashion show feature collaboration designs by Guizhou Embroidery with some and also other artisans with my students. Most of the pieces use embroidery technique, and they also apply some like dyeing printing technique in the collaborative designs. So that's bring us to the end of my presentation today. So I appreciate your time and attention. If you have any further questions and comments, please feel free to reach out to me using my contact information provided. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Juan. I think that you have done a lot for the sustainable fashion and also this presentation about the heritage and also your help to the students. I really highly appreciate it. So congratulations. So our next speaker will be Dr. Sachin Patil from India. He is the artistic fashion director. And we have also some plans regarding the education, you know, because I think in India and in other countries, if we can help as a Global Sustainable Fashion Week or as a National Fashion Week Hungary Association, we are there. So we have such a plan together, and I do hope that we can promote also this topic in India. Thank you so much. So the floor is yours now.
Hello, everybody. Hello, namaste, salam, or how are you, everyone? Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening. First of all, thank you to Gabriele, who she's given me an opportunity to present our handloom khadi and sustainable fashion handloom work from our side. Okay, our representative and CEO of the company, Taruna, she's there. She's going to present our presentation. Taruna Chauhan. She also introduced herself. I'm a founder, and she's a CEO and artist director. I'm founder and artist director of Mekhadi fashion brand, and we're going to present, and she's going to tell about our presentation about the handloom, and I'm also going to present some collections here in our studio from India, Mumbai. Over to Taruna Chauhan.
Hello everyone. Hello Garbi. Can you give me just a minute because there's some electrical issue at my end. I need to log in from my laptop. So it would be easy for me to do the presentation part. Is it okay if you can give me a few minutes?
Yeah, so we
No
are going to
problem.
present.
No
Yeah,
problem.
we are going to develop our sustainable handloom khadi, and there are different fabrics we are going to develop in through our brand, which handmade, then different printings from rural areas, different states of India. We're going to present through our Khadi brand, and all prints, organic dye, and different kind of embroideries, and even like hand embroidery, a machine embroidery, we are going to present through our brands, and how we are going to develop this art, and how to gain Indian and overseas artisans, rural and urban artisans, to gain their economies through our brands. So that is our main agenda of our brand, and she's going to present the slides through her laptop, and soon you're going to see some new good collections of made by hand fabrics and printings, different kind of printings I'm going to show you here in our studio. Over to Taruna.
Gabby, by the time the laptop get connected, there is some technical glitch because of this power shutdown at my place. The Wi-Fi will take few more minutes to get connected with the laptop. But by the time I just introduce about the Me Khadi. And before that, this is a very beautiful day and remarkable day of my life because I've seen so many good designers with a different kind of concept and ideas. So very good learning, and got this opportunity to share the Me Khadi at the same platform. It means a lot. So let's continue with the presentation.
Can Gabby present, show the slides through your side, from your side, so she can just.
Sachin, sir, thing is that there's a technical glitch at my end, and the laptop is not getting connected because of the Wi-Fi issue.
My problem that I have not I have in the other computer loaded your presentation because it was told that you are going to present it. So this is the problem.
Okay, wait. I'll try from my side.
Bingo, Gabby, just give me my laptop got connected. Just give me a minute. I'm going to share it. I'm coming with the laptop.
Maybe Fawad is here and we can continue with Pakistan, and at the end you are coming. So Fawad, are you here? So we can do the followings. Then Fawad is continuing the presentation, and you are coming later.
Sure, no problem. Fawad, not a problem. Fawad, you can continue. I'll just do the slides from my side, then we'll continue after Fawad.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Gabby, for giving me the opportunity.
Yes.
So can I share the screen?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I'm glad that I'm the part of the Global Sustainable Fashion Week and Fashion Revolution 2023 as well. Hope I'm audible and have you seen the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So today I'm glad that I've seen a lot of beautiful presentations, and there is a lot of learning today. And this is the part of our global community that we can share our knowledge and experience with each and everyone and create a sustainable fashion in every part of the world where we can learn from each other. We do collaborations and a lot of things. So I welcome you all. Today my topic is the tale of Kussa Kahani, the handmade magic. Uh, So I'm starting with the very beautiful quote that is by Andy Warhol, that's American artist, film director, and producer. There is a beauty in everything, just not everybody sees it. So this is a very inspiring quote. I'm very much inspired with this, and that because as an artist and designer, we have to understand how we can create that kind of a art, which is based the byproduct of artisans. So we have to take care of our heritage and culture. So the definition about what is kursai, people from India, they know about what kind of a footwear is this. Basically, it's a traditional South Asian footwear based based in Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. It's a slipper like a shoe and typically made from the leather and sometimes from fabric and other material. Kusa shows can simple embroidery, decorated embroidery. There are a lot of types and techniques which can be decorated elements on the kusa. So there is a little history about the kusa. Kusa can be traced by the ancient times, and people used wear simple footwear made of natural materials because natural materials are very good for environment as well. So people at that time they were using grass, leaves, and animal hides to develop that kind of a footwear. So over time, different cultures developed their own styles of shoes, and the Kosais believe that have originated in South Asian subcontinent. Exact origin is unclear, but I've done some kind of research, and then find out that there's artisans from the Punjab region of Pakistan and India developed that kind of a product to create a footwear for global market. So kusa was initially worn by both men and women, and now there is also type of kids wear, another type of product in which we can use for formal wear and for casual wears, and that can be also party wears. So the shoe was also worn on special occasions. So that is now a symbol of cultural identity and pride. So kusa in the present day, today the kusa remains important part of South Asia culture, and it's worn for both formal and informal occasions. The design of the kusa have evolved over time with modern version of the featuring intricate embroidery, beading, and other embellishment techniques. Despite the change, the kusa remains a symbol traditional culture heritage in South Asia. As a trade of commerce developed in the region, the kusa became popular among merchants and traders who would travel long distance by foot. It's lightweight, durable, and comfortable. There are basic types of kusas, and now as designers and the brands develop many other techniques to develop kusas, embellishments, and embroideries. So one is the basic type, is the basic simple kusa. It's no frills, no version of, it's a leather fabric, or you can use any type of product for future design. And then the embroidery kusa, you can add the embellishment, integrate embroidery and colorful threads. Then beaded, use the decorative elements like colorful beads and sequences. This is for the footwear kusas. Then Peshawari chappal is also part of this thing and can be worn by the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province in Pakistan. Then Majori, the type of khussa which mostly wore in Rajasthan, India. Then khussa sandals are also a new development in various part of the subcontinent. There are modern variation and traditional khussa that feature open toe design and strap that fasten around the ankle. So the basic material which we used to develop that kind of a khussa, the artisan mostly using vegetable tan leather. The uppers are made from one piece of leather and textile embroidered embellishment with brass nails, cowrie hair shells, mirrors, bells, and ceramic beads. The basic byproduct is leather. Then different type of fabrics, synthetic materials are also can be used like PVC, and also the most important is natural fibers. From natural fibers such as jute, hemp, and grass, these are often more environment friendly than synthetic materials. Overall, the choice of material used to make Kusa shoes depends on the intent use, the availability of materials, and the cultural tradition of the region. It depends. So, what I've done research regarding the price of Kusa in Pakistan market, that maybe the quality depend on the quality and the material, and also the brand name. As you know, there are people who are a lot of brand conscious. So generally, the Pakistan rupees, the prices of Kusa is 1,800 to 3,000. It's approximately $7 to $12, and it's the basic type of kusas. And if we're going to integrate embroideries or beadwork, it goes prices from 5,000 to 20,000 PKR, and probably approximate the $35 to $140. So it's worth noting that the price of kusa shoes can also depending on the region and which they are being sold, as well as the type of
You're
kusa
done.
shoe being purchased, Peshawari chappal and jewelry. So the
Okay, na?
artisans, the shoemaker behind that kind of a product, who basically the wages of the kusa makers in Pakistan is very less nowadays. But it's popular in global world, and we have to support our artisans and kusa makers. Currently the prices for wages of kusa makers is starting from the 500 to 800 for basic type of kusa, at about $3.5 to $5.5. And if we come up with the customized product design in which we can use embellishment and embroideries and the beadwork, that will be cost a little bit higher. So we have to support that. Independent artisans are depend what kind of a technique they can use and how it can be increase the level and how it can be the quality of product. So it depends on that as well. So in the end, I would like to say that in Kusa shows have become increasingly popular in the fashion industry in the recent years, both in Pakistan and around the world. So it's stylish and comfortable. It's an alternative type of formal shoes such as dress shoes or loafers. It's versatile. So in addition, aesthetic appeal, Kusa shows are most popular in cultural significance and connection to Pakistan heritage. There are many fashion designers and brands have incorporated Kusa shoes and in their collection to celebrate and honor of Pakistan culture. So overall, Kusa shoes have become an important part of fashion and culture, but in both in Pakistan and around the world. And we have to support Kusa makers and his handicrafts globally. So this is the objective of Fashion Revolution agenda number 4, and we have to promote the artisans and the our product maker and who's developing that kind of a heritage. So thank you very much for this. I just want to show this video. If anybody, share this video as well in chat box as well. This is just a little bit video about the making of one kusa maker, who's telling what kind of a process they have used and how it can be. Give me just a minute. So I also share this on a chat box. Let me screen share again. So this is the video.
We have no voice.
David 啊，你得閒打翻俾我啊，我都要知你傾咗啲乜嘢，我先至可以下一步噶喎。
Múltolom őt, mert beszél. Very nice products, but we have no voice. So I see the whole process, the handmade process, wonderful, really nice.
I can share the link chat box as well.
Yes, we
so
can.
people can also watch.
No problem. We can put also more videos if you can send us. So
Thank you very much for giving me time for presenting this kind of presentation. I hope you like this. And thank you, Gabby. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's really a good example of the handmade handicraft products, and also the shoes are important because in many countries they made by hand, and also in Italy. So the highest price have such a shoe what they which are handmade. So it's a good example. Yes, thank you. So how is our friend?
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, dear. And how about Dr. Sachin and
Yeah, ready. We are ready.
Kali?
We are ready. We are ready.
Are you
Yeah, ready.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you, Fawad.
Hello everyone, I hope you all are doing good. And it's been a very quite long day by sharing all the kind of information and designs around the globe, and got an opportunity to share the same creativity and the brand about Me Khadi on the same platform. I feel we are very blessed and learning so many things out from various designers. That is also a blessing. So everything on a positive note. And let's start our presentation about Me Khadi. I'm just sharing the PPT. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, we see.
Okay, thank you. Can you see the PPT?
Yeah.
Yes, thanks.
Okay. Me Khadi is just not a brand or a fabric. This is more related to the environment, especially the global warming, which is seen by worldwide. So coming with such kind of product which does not affect your environment and yet create design and enhance the fashion industry makes a huge difference, because any kind of business idea which you come up in the society should also support the society and environment. So if you see the textile industry, most of them use various kind of dyes, and lot of usage of water is there, which is not there in Me Khadi. because khadi is a Javik product. It's a organic textile, which is easily grown in India in the form of cotton, silk, wool, bamboo, banana leaf. Many other things are there in this to make a khadi fabric. So it is environment friendly. Uh, I would like Sachin sir to introduce himself about who is the co-founder of Khadi, who come up with this idea to make a change in fashion industry where you supporting the environment, the cultural heritage, and also very important part of the society, the transgender, where especially in India they don't get such kind of opportunity, job opportunity, and self recognition opportunity. This kind of idea has been come up by the Mr. Sachin sir. So can you please tell something about how you came up with this khadi idea and the kind of initiative you're taking towards the society and the fashion industry?
So actually, we have started this. I am from INFB Institute, and we have started this initiative since 2012. Okay, now we are going to like. I have started my fashion designing from INFB Engineering Institute for Fashion Designing, Merchandising, and even various international, national renowned export houses. I was working as a senior designer and merchandiser. So whenever I used to go travel in the trains and travel in the colonies in India. So I saw some transgenders, so they don't get some opportunity. So that from that time it was in my mind. Then from there I started this initiative with Meet Khadi. So over to Taruna.
Okay. Me Khadi was established way back in 2012, and it was established in Mumbai in 2019. It spread over in Singapore, USA, London, Europe, various countries. And very important, this brand has been facilitated by our Prime Minister Narendra Singh Modi and President Pratibha Patil ma'am, which is a very good recognition towards the Khadi brand. And Me Khadi brand, as I said before, supports the environment and the craftsmen and the culture of India. Because as we all know that India diversify in the culture because of the various climatic condition. So the creativity and also the productivity is very enriched in its own nature. So we are blessed with the different cultural heritage from where we get such kind of organic base for our product. Out of it, one of them is khadi. As I said, we make the fabric out of wool, cotton, silk, bamboo, banana. So these are the main ingredient of khadi. Then let's go to the sustainable handloom of the khadi. Uh, Khadi is very ancient in nature. It's not the kind of fabric which we are generating in modern society. The base of the khadi is very ancient, or you can say that if you want to reflect any ancient fabric in relation to India, would be a khadi. Khadi is a kind of fabric which not only supports the environment, the durability and the cost of the khadi is also very good. If you see other kind of fabric, the more you use, it become not so durable, or the color fades, or it is difficult to wear it. But not in the case of the khadi. The more you use it, the more you wash it, it becomes more beautiful. So this is the beauty of the khadi. And khadi not only used in handloom, you can use in this in accessories, or even in your home decor related to the sofa, bed sheet, carpet. So this fabric is very versatile in nature. In khadi, you can use different kind of design and craftsmen or the weaving technique of India, whether it's a block printing or Javik color related to which you the colors which you take from the vegetables, fruits, or any kind of even the turmeric which Indian use in their kitchen.
Yes.
So any kind of printing which can be done organically on the khadi. Even you can put any kind of handy craft made material or patches on this fabric. So this is the beauty of the khadi. Also, the khadi is a kind of clothing which you can not only wear in a summer but also in winter. So in summer it makes your body cooler, and in winter it keeps your body warmer. So this is also the beauty of the khadi. And very important, the kind of fabric which you use or wear also affects the health of a human being, well-being of the human being, right? So khadi is such kind of fabric which make a good what we can say the breathing in your body, and it does not make you feel uncomfortable. It is very comfortable to wear, and as I said, it is organic in nature, so it does not have any kind of side effects on your skin, because nowadays you can see the many big diseases are there, like cancer, which is also because of wearing chemical products and the dyeing and different kind of fabrics. You get certain kind of disease on your skin and also internal of your body. So this is also very good for your health also.
I'll tell us about the this thing. So why we the sole purpose of this launching brand Nations Fabricami Khadi. So it is more accessible, well priced, and stylish to cater to the taste of urban Indian and high quality workmanship, and to catch the imagination of the younger generation with cultural resonance and the sense of pride. As a strong believer in Indian ancient art, we all, all designers in India value of domestic manufacture. We has also provided employment to an immensely large population of Indian artisans wherever in like Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, like Madhya Pradesh, then West Bengal, Bihar. So there are several artisans. So value to domestic manufacture and result to khadi is no longer just a device used by Gandhiji to achieve freedom. It is also becoming a relevant to men, environmental and fashion conscious customers around the world. So actually, khadi has been used in India since ancient times. You know that India is a vast, diverse country which with a rich history of weaving. Fiber thread is the process of making a single piece garments of or cloths made of gold. Example of Indian clothing are found in Haryana, like it's Vedas. It's a holy, book in India, an ancient text known as the Vedas, dating back 5,000 years ago. The ancient Indian temple gives us the types of dress as well as the pattern of weaving and dressing. Each region of India has its own textile tradition and is known for producing specific types of material. Ornamentation of handloom fabrics in India is an old traditional techniques and favor since ancient times. Handloom is an important craft and one of the largest cottage industry in our country. All over the country, millions of artisans are engaged in weaving cotton, silk, and other natural fibers. There is not a village called Winker where there are no weavers. Every who goes to the traditional beauty of our precious territories in India, weavers. So many types of fabrics are there, like bamboo silk are there, cotton, puma, sisal, banana. Then we are going to research on lotus silk and banana cotton now. Okay. So even in Ayurveda herbs, you can look different herbs, plants, from flowers to fruits are also broken down into the khadi. So over to Karuna. So
Yes. So, as I said about the environment, right? How you can run this business and sustain for the longevity, because if you're hampering the environment, your business cannot be sustained in the market, right? Because restoring your resources and environment is the priority of any business which comes into any country or over the globe. So recycling is also there. So what happens in India, all the old clothes has been taken by a certain group of people, and they go to a factory. They tear that clothes and recycle it and make a new cloth. This has happened with the khadi also. As I said, the durability of the khadi is very good. So it can be recycled in a different way and make can be made as a new product again. So you're reusing the thing. So the environment is getting saved. You don't need to do again and again a lot of production of a cotton or silk or wool. You can reuse the same product. So recycling of khadi is very easy. Also, as the Sachin sir said, that it generating an employment, because from where you will get a cotton or silk, from the rural area of India, the farmers, right? So they getting an opportunity to produce more of cotton fabric, right? Silk, wool. So it generating employment in rural area also. And as I said, the kind of printing which we done on khadi is a handmade. It's a block printing, weaving, and as I said, India is diversified in the culture. So if we take any city of India or the state of India, we can put all kind of design on our fabrics. This is the beauty of our fabric. So the craftsmen of India or the other craftsmen of other country can also, experiment the same creativity on the khadi. And very important part, the khadi, the costing of the khadi fabric is very minimum. It's, or we can say, it's very cheapest price you can get this kind of fabric, where you can, diversify your imagination or the kind of design or printing you're looking into it. I would like Sajin sir to show us some glimpse of our product in the shop and the place he had. So you can see the kind of design he have with the vibrant color and concept of Indo-Western, and which shows the reflection of the Indian heritage and the fashion which can be run over the globe. So Sachin sir, can you please show this kind of
Yeah,
design?
this is the cotton fabric which we did a print on. It's organic print. Okay, you can see it's top and trouser and tube. This is made by cotton. It's a cotton. So one more collection I'm going to show you. This all print with handmade Indian artisans. You can see the embroidery also here. It's handmade embroidery. This is called gota, and this all printed cotton fabrics here. Okay, you can see that. This is hand printed. That is called batik. You can see it's organic red dye with block batik printing. Batik print made by hand. You can see this collection. This is a long cotton, 100% cotton. There's no any chemical use in the dress. It is all organic. Okay. One more collection I'm going to show you, which is hand embroidery, which is made by Indian artisans. These are ghagara choli. We call ghagara choli selenga. These are all handmade embroidery. You can see here. This is art of the made by hand and machine. So both are there. You can see all collections here, which is made by hand only. This fabric is there. It's all cotton fabrics, silk, and puma, sisal, bamboo. These also one more embroidery that's called sherwani, a long coat with embroidery, hand embroidery by Indian artisans. Okay. One more collection I'm going to show you, which is 100% raw cotton and with embroidery, machine embroidery by Indian artisans. This we use lace and some pearl embroidery by hand. You can see here. So there are several collections here in our studio. You can see this is a studio of the, specially made by hand, and we always give opportunity to Indian artisans to develop their art. This
So
one
can
more
you show
collection.
the shoes which you have made out of the fabric?
Yeah. This is like the same shoes which is made by hand with fabric. You can see the shoes here. And this is embroidery sample, which we used to show our clients. This is made by hand. is hand embroidery by Indian artisans. Over to Taruna.
So this is all about khadi and diversity of the khadi fabric as it related to India, about the culture and the heritage. We have the diversification of all the culture we have, whether it's a West Bengal or Punjab or Haryana or Mumbai, or whether it's Delhi. So all we carry the different culture and weather condition, and whether it's related to a food or the language or the accent. So everything reflects in your design because it's come with the experience. And khadi, why we have chosen, because it represent India and it is organic in nature, or in Hindi we say it as javik pradart, which is produced by itself by the mother earth. And the soil of India is so fertile that we are blessed with the beautiful colors of fruits, vegetables, which we imply on our designs. So this is all about khadi. Gabby, if you have any kind of doubt or whatever you want to ask and what you like about our presentation, this floor is to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that it was really very good that we have chosen as a summarizing what is really handicraft, heritage, organic, sustainable things, and how can we save the Mother Earth in the sustainability approach. So khadi is a symbol not only for India, but a good symbol for all these things.
Yes.
So thank you so much. I really appreciate this presentation. It was wonderful. So I really like it. So I think that at the end, I cannot tell more, but regarding the fashion revolution, when I asked the support of the Fashion Revolution Center in London, I told them that our goal is to provide information on activities and also the best practice that can be prove that very important from generation to generation, inherit this kind of things, so that that's the craftsmanship, also the handmade clothing, shoes, accessories, embroideries, lace, special fabrics, and call the attention on the people that they have a big value also in the contemporary fashion. And we wanted to have a better dialogue between the people in this segment, and we wanted to motivate the citizens, the young generation, to appreciate this creative work and also the resulting products, and to raise awareness from consumers to the decision makers. Then they should also support this intention. So thanks a lot for everybody. I really enjoyed your fantastic presentation, and I think that our family dealing with this kind of issues is growing and growing, and it is, I am very blessed to be with you. Thank you.
One more thing, Gabby, if any everybody can share the presentation on via email, so that will get, so we can share each other presentation, we can read about each other expertise. So that will be great if they can share the presentation through mail, or they can send on WhatsApp.
We normally, every time we put on YouTube this kind of discussions, conference, seminars, and if somebody has a special videos, we can add to this thing, and we can share also this information with Fashion Revolution, also with the other groups, and also with our partners who are dealing with sustainability, heritage, and in this who are working in this segment. So I really highly appreciate your contribution. So it was really fantastic, and I am very blessed to be here with you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Gabby. You gave us a good opportunity through this platform. And one more thing, good announcement I'm going to give here in this meeting. If Charlie, you, Fawad, we all can, even assure we can start online master classes on June in India, or we're going to start all syllabus. I'm going to talk with Charles also, Charlie, about the master classes of fashion designing. Taruna is there. We're planning to expand these master classes for rural students who won't be able to have a platform. So Taruna, can you just tell about these master classes so everybody can join us and they can, this initiative, we can take it in different level.
Yes, I think that all the practices and all the information from the different countries, also from Italy, Europe, from China, from India, from Australia, from USA. So I think it is very important that we should share the information, and maybe we can follow some good practices, and we should remain in such a big family to support each other, because it is very important. We will be stronger together, not alone to go on this road, because it is not an easy road for the sustainability, we know exactly. But when we support each other, we can achieve a lot of things. So thank you so much for everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabby. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye. Thank you, everyone, and have a nice day. Take care. Bye bye.
Bye, Fawad. Fawad, I'll call you.
Yeah, sure. We'll talk.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye. Take care, all of you.
Bye bye. Thank you, Gabby.